being struck by lightning. Sound alert used. Yes. There you go. Yeah, getting hit by a plane while... See? Stream bounty. Is it freaking stream bounty? No, dude, that could be it. All right, where's the element for that? No, because he's, as soon as that came in there, right? I'm trying to keep up with it here. Yo, is that a separate thing here? Yo, bingo. Yo, do you have the streamers that have issues? Was that a bingo thing? Or I don't know if everybody has bingo. I'm really trying. All right, let me I'm just gonna turn off all the alerts and see what happens. God, I hate having to troubleshoot right now. Boop. That's it. See, there you go. Look, I turned off all the alerts and stream bounty keeps going on. It's them. I turned off all the alerts. All right, there it is. Boop. All right, I turned off the bingo thing for a second just to see. All right, putting the alerts back on. It may take a while to even... Oh, God, no wonder why. Yo, why there's like 5 different widgets here? Yo, did this thing duplicate? Yo, I think we got it. I think we found a problem. Okay, yeah, could be clearing up. I gotta check. No, because there's like 5 widgets for this. And there should just be the one, right? One sec. I gotta make sure this... No, this is good. This is good to know. We're doing it live. Holy crap, it did it. All right, somebody won. You can't see it, but there it is. Sam Callie won. There are 5. There are 5 global elements here. So it's duplicating it 5 freaking times at 60 frames a second. I think we got them all. All right, somebody... There we go. No. This is good. Sam Callie won. Chronicles won. All right. You know what I'm going to do? Here, hey, we're going to try this. Although, yeah. I could have fixed it. All right, we are going to have to do a wheel spin, so I'm just going to call that now. No, see, I called it, and things... Look at that. Yo, things got a little jittery. Also, it didn't show up. Dude. Got to call it. All right, that's not showing up. That bothers me. Anybody else win Stream Bingo? There's no way Stream Bingo needs 5 widgets running at the same time. That's absolutely stupid. I would rather just pick somebody out of the stream randomly and do a wheel spin. Are you kidding me? That's absolutely astoundingly stupid. All right, well, we'll see what happens. But I am actually astoundingly pissed off right now. There you go, winner. Just as long as the winner shows up, absolutely awesome. You know, screw everything else. I'm only keeping 1 widget there. Fix this on the Pum'Kin Guys thing. If we don't have any slow ups after this, I knocked out 5 of the freaking widgets down to 1, and I dropped that frame rate to 30 frames. All right, we're going to do a wheel spin. Again, I sincerely apologize for technical issues that are out of my control. I hate it because I don't like when I'm in a stream and it's like, oh, dude, you know, what the hell's going on? You know? And it's like you're floundering around going, what the hell? 5 global elements for one thing. Yo, Stream Bingo, or whatever the fuck you want to call yourself now, fix your fucking shit, okay? I'll use anything else other than your crap. Fuck. No, Dawn's been having the same fucking problem too. And if I go to check their OBS thing and there's 5 fucking plugins for that shit, and this is the same fucking thing. Same fucking thing. God. All right. Hey, January Piece 1. Nice. All right, Chronicles, we're going to give you a wheel spin. It's about time. Sorry about that.
What's the deal? Let's spin the wheel. 'Cause you want bingo, let's go. Spin that freaking wheel. Spin that freaking wheel.
Spinning the freaking wheel. Gonna get something from the itch.io shop. All right, could be a movie, could be some comics, I don't know, some music. All content recommended for the mature reviewers there. You better be mature, dude. Ooh, Cult Handbook. It's a classic. Bro. Dude, Cult Handbook. Dude, that's old school. It's like it's like an ancient relic. Where is it? Nice. If it's something that you already have, feel free to pass it along to someone who may not. All right. Random singing. Great download key. Got that. Burp. Download key. I should be getting it. 3, 2, 1. Boo. Nice. All right. You got it. I'm closing these tabs. Boom. Closing. Beautiful. All right. Nice. Dude, it's like an ancient artifact. From the early days of the internet, 1.0. Ask Jeeves was still alive. GeoCities was booming. Yeah, that's all dead. Oh, God, we're mature. Just as long as you have a driver's license. Yeah. Speaking of which, there's some funny age verification stories coming up, too, so I like that. So other than the 25 minutes of garbage beginning because of bingo. Dude, we haven't... Hey, ever since I got rid of those, so far so good, right? Fingers crossed. And I was about to restart the stream. That would explain why it only doesn't work when you're live. Yeah. Because it's like, other than that, I was like, they don't activate. All right, I'm going to catch up on some chat. And I apologize again. Let's see. 1 of 6 streamers out of the... Okay. You got to set the GPU, not CPU, right? Yes, I actually check that before every stream. I have a list. I have to make sure Card Battle works. I got to make sure all my filters work for the mic. I got to, make sure Microsoft didn't change my microphone from the one I actually use to the webcam, which it's done numerous times for some fucking reason. I have to make sure Microsoft didn't re-enable system sounds where I keep hearing that bloom every time I press a button. Bling. I have to make sure iTunes is separated into a V cable. So this way, whatever's playing in the background gets taken out in the VOD. And I have to make sure that OBS is still active and using the actual graphics cards and not the stupid onboard CPU integrated graphics bullshit. I have to do this each time before a stream. If I stream daily, I would murder somebody, okay? Because that is way too much crap I got to be juggling 5 minutes before stream. It's so stupid, you know? Right? That's almost a longer check than combat pre-flight. That's what I'm saying. Technology I shouldn't have to double check the work of robots, but here we are, 2026 still. Oh, God. Think you ever get a car out and you will pick me up. Ah, man, you have a bad day? No. I know, good vibes. Yeah. It'll get better. Things do. Does the only person know it uses it? Could be Banana Cat hostage. No, Banana Cat's fine. He's just a small little GIF, you know? Yo, if I could have this thing here, this is a 45-minute. You can't tell by how it is, but the size now because I shrunk it. It's a 1280 by 720, 40-minute long video. I don't know why it's 40 minutes. We just figured, I don't know how long Hype Train's gone. But it just, there's no way a GIF is going to do this. This is like 100 megabytes. Well, maybe 200. We compressed it in Handbrake. But the little cat up there is only like, what, 68K? It's like ridiculous. Oh, man. Okay, go away. What are you going to do? All right, I don't know. If I miss something, repost it. I need some coffee after all this. Oh, my God. Please. Please, caffeine, help me. Yeah, you know what? I'm keeping that closer by. I'm not reaching over to get more coffee. Screw that. I usually keep it over there so I can, move my arms. I'm not doing that today. I did enough of that. What the hell is this now? Oh, God. Apparently, Critter decided to open on the other computer for some reason. What's up, my Critter? Get out of here. Anybody else having a day like this? What the hell? Yeah. Let's see. I went thrifting, got some really good gaming headphones and a laptop cooling base. Wow. Dude, both almost due at $11? $11. Bro, that's pretty good. We got to do that. We got to get back into thrifting. Camera, can you pay attention? I'm trying to put on my wrist weights here. So, no, we wear wrist weights when I'm here because it's kind of exercise because, you know what? If you're going to flail your arms about, the angry Italian way, you might as well get a little bit of weightlifting done. They're like 1 pound weights. It's not a big deal. But Bob Dylan voice. What? You want everything to be cool all the time, but everyone knows that nothing is fine. Thanks, Bob. A little late because actually, wow, good. Wow, that would have been 2 and 1. Guess what? Guess what I did? Guess what I did? Catman, I hit the mic with my face. What? Because I had to move it for all tech, and I still don't have bingo. Dark Jedi, hi. How are we? We're muddling through because tech is being unbelievably distempered today. Let me just move that over there. Okay, good. Well, it's like this is just whatever. Okay. Maybe you should just leave this in a VOD and people will be like, oh, what the hell? Might want to check out the app called App Control. Lets you see what's causing system spikes and such. Apparently, LTT was recommending it in the sponsor section. Whatever troubleshooting stuff. It's OBS. Like that's what I know because right now I can see everything that's running. What? In one tiny little, I got 14 apps running. 14. Right? They small apps. They ain't crazy. I ain't expecting this thing to do anything substantial. Look, OBS, right? That's just functioning fine. OBS, Microsoft Edge, which is in efficiency mode. VC Face, that's me. Microsoft OneDrive, that's taking up 20 megabytes. iTunes, believe it or not. Oh, you know what? I can close widgets. I don't even use those things. Also, phone link. What do we got? So now that's less. Cross-device service. Yeah, cross-device service. Bastard. Yeah. Wow, that's it. AMD software thing. Yeah, now I'm down to... What the hell do I have now? I have 10 apps open, and they're like background processes. Yeah, but it's weird. OBS is still at 1.99 gigs, but it's only using 2.9%. So, yeah, I mean, we're pretty good. We're in a good spot. And I noticed we haven't had this problem since we got rid of those duplicate widget things that somehow manifested for no fucking reason. God, I'm so angry about that. Does it actually need a separate, I guess, browser element depending on what the alert is? I just want the winter alert. Everything else like blah, blah, blah called, blah, blah, blah called, whatever, great. If you guys are playing, you'll see it. But I'd rather... Whatever. Not how dirty goes to spikes. Don't have one for Linux, so I can't test it out. Oh, all right. You know what? Write it down just in case. Ash Dark Thorn. It's too damn hot here today. Where are you, hell? Like, no, I'm in Florida. It's close though. We had one warm-ish day, but now we got a cold snap. It was like 58 degrees. Hope you're doing well. What's up? So let's begin as if the day just started. Oh, God. They go to reapply your thermal paste on what, a desktop PC? No, this is I'm on a crap top. Again, we haven't had this problem before. So we can tell the heat too. We're at a good thing. Plus we have external fans on it all the time. Very, very particular about cooling. Yeah. I have a little hand tracking unit. I have it laying on top of an ice pack because I don't want it getting too hot. We're those people. We're those people. Said you're cold my way. It hit 90 degrees. Oh, God, dude. No, once it starts hitting certain temperatures, it gets annoying. But you know what I found that's really good for hot, right? Clothing. Linen. Did you know how breathable linen is? People are like, oh, use cotton. It's very breathable. No. Linen is disgustingly breathable. It is so good. Plus, it wicks away sweat. And if you do get wet for some reason, it dries a lot quicker. There you go. Linen. I didn't know about it. I just, every time I hear the word linen, I hear sheets. You know? Linen sheets. They make shirts. Nice. It's a fabric. Starts. When does it start getting hot? It hasn't stopped. Out of on neck punch. What's up? 88 moons. Why is that not showing up? That's an alert. It should show up. Oh my God. Oh, that's why it's not Streamlabs is busted now too. Wow, what a day. Last alert we got in Streamlabs that actually registered was 18 minutes ago. 18 freaking minutes. Out of on neck punch, thank you. Hey, Steve in chat, what's up? Streamlabs is broken, apparently. The one that handles our alerts. That's not us. We just checked. It's broken. Yeah. Yep. I'm getting there. I'm absolutely astounded. Is there something happening in the world right now that, okay, aside from the normal crap, are like their servers in the Straits of Hormuz right now? Is that where freaking bingo is? Is that why nothing could get processed properly and there's a bottlenecking? What the hell is happening? Son of a bitch. If I tried turning it on and off again. Well, I mean, I could, but this is something that goes over there. Over there. Hey, these guys are working. Good to see you. Nice. See, so alerts are working. At least Tangi is working. Thank you. Streamlabs, also owned by Logitech. Oh, speaking of things owned by other things, here's the thing, right? You know Humble Bundle is owned by IGN, supposedly, right? Humble Bundle. You're a little late, bro. Come on. They went that way. Yeah. Do you know they have those keys that they give out for certain things? What are they, like Humble Choice? If you subscribe and everything, blah, 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 you get like, I got to put my coffee away. I'm going to knock it over, I can tell. Anyway, apparently there's these things that those keys expire for games. So if you're part of that Humble Choice, it's like a monthly thing. Those game keys expire. And somehow they moved up the date of a batch of keys. I don't know what for because I don't use it. But people were trying to redeem them and they're like, oh, this is really weird. When they've gotten the alert of product not in stock, please check back when product is in stock or inventory is replenished, whatever that thing is. And I'm like, hold up. It's a digital code for a game and the product is not in stock? What does that even mean? The whole point of the whole digital ecosystem is there's so many of them. Just duplicate it. I'm assuming there's like one copy on a server, and everybody who has a key activates the ability to get access to a copy of that. Am I wrong? How do you run out of stock? And why do digital codes need an expiration date? I don't know. I'd see, because I don't know how the system works, whether it's like they order a batch of keys and the dev tells them that, well, if they're not redeemed by a certain amount of time, they expire. Devs, if you do that, you're an asshole. Humble buys a set number of keys, so it's the key that's out of stock, not the game. But if people have the key and they go to redeem it, then why won't it redeem? They bought the key, they have the key, but the key says it's not available. They have a key. Like, that's what I'm trying to... You and Dawn were talking about this for like a half hour, and you're just like, well, how does that even work? Like, what do they do? Probably an auto alert for the failed key search. You need to hurry to register your key ASAP. Why? That's what I don't understand. Because a lot of these people who were complaining that the keys are not in stock, or the game that they're trying to get is not in stock, they've been holding on to the keys for a while. They've just been sitting there. You know, sometimes they save them to trade with people and whatnot. I get that. You know, game you don't like, you don't get to right away. You don't redeem it. You know, you're like, who cares about, I don't know, Chicken Farm Ninjas? You know, it's like, I don't need that right now. You know, I want to play Apex, whatever. Yeah. The reason would have what expires because they want people buying Humble Bundles and then claiming the keys not buying Humble Bundle, then sitting on keys and selling them later. Yeah, but what does it matter? Like, they want people just to buy them and then claiming the keys not buying Humble. So you think Humble Bundle's doing like a reselling of keys? Say they get 100 keys. 100 people get them, but 70 of them are redeemed, 30 are not. So are they just seeing that the keys haven't been redeemed? So they're like, we can sell these 30 keys. So they put them in another bundle. And then when the people from the original bundle go to buy them or redeem them, then say the other 30 were redeemed by people, the keys that they had just won't work because there's no stock. Money has already changed hands. That's what I'm saying. It's weird, right? So that's I should probably just ask the AI, but you know, I figured somebody may actually know. There's probably a limit how many keys they can get from Steam at a time for the games that they can't move. Get more until those are activated. So they probably set to expire so they can actually get more. But what I don't understand is if they sell 100 keys, there should be 100 allotted games or copies of the game for those people, whether they redeem it or not. Somebody bought something. It's like if you buy something at Best Buy, right? You buy something at Best Buy and you're going to go pick it up, right? But, you know, it might take you a day. It might take you 2 days or 3 days. But they charge your credit card. They're not giving you money back. So say you go there in a week, you go look at the cage of goodies, and your item's not there. And they're like, well, we sold it. And you're like, well, what do you mean you sold it? Well, you didn't show up in a, you know, reasonable amount of time, so we sold it to somebody else. And they're like, yeah, but you still charged me for it. Well, I mean, you should have picked it up. Like, that doesn't make any sense. You know? They wouldn't be able to put them in another bundle. The keys would be disabled themselves, time limited. I don't know. Like, I got to do more research on it, but it kind of, it agitated me, you know? And again, this is like people on Reddit complaining about it because they moved up expiration keys from, I think, December 2026 to May, which is like right now, you know? Or it could have been June, May or June. I don't know if you're sitting on any Humble Bundle keys, I guess redeem them if they're from the Humble Choice thing. I don't know. What would they offer? Be there forever. It's easy for people to resell them. Yeah, but it shouldn't matter. Humble Bundle already got their money. You know, they got their money. So whatever you do with your keys, you could sit on them until death and send them to your grandkids, you know, from beyond the grave. It shouldn't matter, you know. Imagine something the devs do, what, time limit to Steam keys? So Humble Bundle keys don't turn up in gray market sites. Yeah, but what would it, again, why would it matter? Even the devs got their money. You know, Humble Bundle got their money, the devs got their money, and then the only one that's screwed is the person who's sitting on the code or may want to resell it. Like, so two parties get their money, but the consumer doesn't. Makes no sense. Like, it seems like if all this is true, it seems very anti-consumer, you know, if not illegal in some countries. I don't know. That's weird. But I mean, it's happened to like Kindle where you buy a book and then it's like, sorry, that book is not available in your library anymore. Hey, what's up? It's working.
Once again, digital is a Randall with rules, no true ownership tongue.
Yep. You know, do you think, okay, one, I want to see if it got the other alert here. Where's the other one? Really? Wow, that one's not even showing up. Do you think people just go?
Did you hear about all the artists coming down with the blue dot fever? It's pathetic, and I blame Ticketmaster and their inability to put a limit on the number of seats. You can purchase at a maximum of 10 per credit card and credit card name.
Blue dot fever. What is blue dot fever? I've been in my own little world of card games. GOG is awesome. Yes, because you get that game. No, but you know, like, if buying something, there's a great meme that it's like, if buying something doesn't mean you own it, then piracy isn't stealing. Because if let's freaking go. Hold on. My throat's parched. Spock, you, my throat. You got to roll equal to or greater than 13. It's just a bean. Do. And just better than 13. Bum, 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 bum. 7. Ow. It's not 13. God. You tried. Wait on. A blue dot fever means unsold seats. If you go to a website to buy tickets, you'll see the available seats by a blue dot. So wait. So they're what? They're freaking out because there's empty seats? Charge less for your tickets. Is that the case? That's weird. What? Dude. Ugh, God. So when it comes to the ownership thing, if if owning something doesn't even mean anything anymore, movies, music, games, stuff like that, because it's it's hanging by a thread. It could just be pulled at any given point. I am not surprised that the current generation and future generations essentially look at buying something digitally as like an absolute farce. Because it's like, do you own it if somebody could just take it away from you? You do if you like download it from Bandcamp and, itch.io or GOG, and you get the installer or the movie or the music. That's yours. You got it. You got an actual copy of it. Great. Even if the servers go down and stuff, you have your copy. That's the way it should work. Same thing with ebooks and all that other stuff. It shouldn't be dependent on the moods of the powers that be, where it's like, Amazon's got a hissy fit with some, publisher, and the publisher pulls all the rights for Amazon to sell a book, and now everybody who owns that book, those licenses get pulled. No, just give me my ebook. It's ridiculous. The store I worked at is paying $1,000 to rat out your coworker if you think they stole or sat down too long for a 15-minute break. It's going to ruin the floors. Why? $1,000 to rat out your coworker if you think they stole or sat down too long for a 15-minute break. No, because now you're going to have these idiots with a little stop. Dude, people are on enough edge to begin with. Okay, stealing I get. You gotta kind of police the area, because I will say when we worked at a place, there was some person that was stealing.
Physical media will make a resurgence when the masses remember it can't be confiscated from them.
Yeah, but if nobody makes it, nobody's going to get it. Then we're just going to be living with music and stuff that was made before 2010, essentially. Okay. Theft. If you got a bunch of coworkers stealing, and we've had this issue where we worked in a particular department in a particular store, and we were tasked with some, I guess, high-priced ticket items. These things were vanishing all of a sudden. Somebody got in there and was taking stuff. It literally wasn't, honestly, it wasn't us. But then, management's eyes is kind of looking towards you because, you work in that department. Where's all this stuff going? So then you got to make a sting operation, because I ain't getting fingered for somebody else's thievery. If I'm stealing it myself and I mess up, fine, that's my responsibility. But I will not take the fall for another thief. All right. So that's, I get that. I get that. Just even if you're stealing within there, make sure you're not putting somebody else's job at risk. So that I got to see. But if somebody's taking like a 15-minute break and they're like over by like 2 minutes, what? Yeah, manager, they were in the bathroom too long. Like, what the hell, dude? They could have a medical condition, They could be constipated. Be constipated on your own time. Yeah. What are you going to do? Fire them? Then, I got my $1,000 bonus. God. Now we're going to be like, it's bad enough that jobs are going away to like AI and crap like that. Now we're going to have to be working with rats, literal rats, just trying to destroy your life for $1,000. You think physical is going to come back? Vinyl's doing pretty well, and a lot of the kids are really trying to get movies, like physical movies, at like thrift stores and stuff, because they do realize that they own it when they get it, like an actual copy. Good luck finding anything that plays these fucking things now. Thanks. But chances are they'll get like a CD drive and just rip it and have it on their computer. But it's getting, you know what? I'm dismissing this ad because I don't want to. Oh, no, damn, it's still going to run anyway. Hit the wrong button. Oh, good. That's one work. What? Hoping somebody finds a way to 3D print working optical discs. 3D print them? You can do that with records, but 3D, no, it's optical discs need you know, laser writing on them, you know. And speaking of which, there are not a lot of manufacturers left that actually do BDRs, you know, writable Blu-ray discs. So expect those to kind of dwindle a bit. Really, like seriously, there's only a handful. It's like verbatim and like 3 others. I literally just sat down and told my boss was banging on the door telling me to get back to work. Like, dude, I've been yelling at you for 30 minutes. I had to pee. Sorry I had to deal with a customer for a few minutes. Dude, that is a problem. Yeah. Well, management doesn't like doing the work of the other workers, you know? They're like, I'm management. I shouldn't do this. You know? It's like the mightier than thou kind of thing. Boss makes $1 when I make a dime. That's why I poop on company time. Exactly. Busy when I can't make stuff. What? Digital kind of becomes worthless. How are you gonna what? Sell something for $10 or $10 worth of people? That's too big. Process. Big push. Gonna add physical merchandise. Don't have to care about the MCA being stolen. Nice. Yeah, that's the thing. Wouldn't it be funny? It's like nobody can own their own content anymore, like movies, music, and stuff like that. But through AI, they just make stuff to entertain themselves. That's what we've done with music, because there's like a lot of new bands out there that I don't even give a flying crap about. So we're just making our own music to have fun. Ad break. Ah, all right, everybody get coffee. Zombies. Zambos. Mm-mm. Boom. Oh, did you see the what was it? Dude, the 3D printer that actually does it makes stuff in a resin tube based on light projection. These things come out awesome. It's like was it MIT did this or something like that? And I'm like, holy crap, that's the one I want.
It's coffee time. It's time
This
to get some
coffee time.
caffeine in your system. You might have had too much, but nobody listened, so you buzzed.
Nice. Cool. Thank you. What? Time to split perfectly for the ad starting. Nice. Ads, I didn't see a notification. Yeah, it happened. Yeah. Go.
I've been trying to build my own home media server. I have a friend that's better with computers and I am trying to get him to help. Come on, Paul Smith, you owe me for a favor. I'll buy the parts if you put it together. Plan is at least 30 terabytes of storage. For music and movies and
Maybe even some DVD box sets, burn and transfer everything over to that so they can't confiscate it from me. Bum, bum, bum. There you go. Resin printing, stereo lithography, aka SLA. There you go. That's some cool stuff. That's cool. Yeah, my throat's really weird. We got some like pollen happening and all this other crap. It sucks. Going to the Sepultura concert. So I'll just be listening for next hour or so. Nice. Protect your hearing. They're loud. They're a very loud band. Very, very loud. Aggressive. Raining blood. There you go. Yeah, trying to get them amped up. Yeah. Do. Yeah, but I don't know what's going to happen with ownership of anything. I think we're just going to be streaming crap for all eternity. Which is going to bring me to another story, which is a little concerning. We'll see. 81, nice. Event called. See, Blood Rain didn't get called, but the other thing was called. I can't believe this thing sets up different elements then. This thing literally sets up different. It's probably going to reset those elements too. So I'm going to have to check next time. Is this going to be something I got to add to the list now? Weird. I'm not going to know until whenever. If enough people settle for it, that'll become the norm. Well, so will piracy, you know? Hey.
Resuming from before the commercial, that's what I do with AI roleplay. I have the AI control and play certain characters, I control and play other characters, and what comes out is entirely personalized and based on me. Better than Imvo ever was, with bad writers,
Yeah, modders and worse. Yeah. No, see, that's the thing. Everyone's going to be personalizing their own entertainment experience, you know? You want to make your own Marvel movie, you can now with AI. You know? It'll probably be fun. But, you know, where's that going to leave other quote-unquote artists? Artists, no. I don't know. Companies aren't going to hire them, and they've been slowly letting people go, you know, and focusing on efficiency, which translates to AI. Mary Grace won. Nice. Marvel won't let you through unless you sign up for Disney. Yeah, Marvel's got nothing I really kind of care about right now. You know, I mean, I'll watch, you know, Doomsday and whatever the other, when they get to streaming. I don't care anymore, you know. I did not see any of the Marvel movies like in an actual theater. I think I saw one. I just waited them for come out on streaming, physical media. I don't care. Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, just Disney. This is hilarious. There's a hilarious thing I gotta show you. It's funny. It made me laugh because it validates everybody's perspective on a particular franchise. What a hermit. Hill books, DVDs, CDs, grubby hands on. Yep. Well, I still, every time I go to the thrift store, I will still pick up physical media that, one, is reasonably priced. Fairland one, nice. Reasonably priced and, well, in good condition. At some point, I may not care because I feel like there's going to be slim pickings, but, yeah, I also got to figure out space as to where all to store this crap to. You saw Endgame in theaters? Nice. I know I generally just watch, I like watching a Blu-ray because it looks super crisp and everything, and no people. And I can control the volume. The creative projects are going to need people still. I want to make my own world stuff, but even if AI was perfect, I still wouldn't be able to get it done. Project will just get bigger. Or it is 100 times bigger than Earth. 100 times bigger than Earth? What the hell? So you can see, well, even AI wouldn't compete. That would be... Yeah, you'd have to have a lot. Yeah, AI would have to do a lot there. Wow, yeah. 100 times bigger. Huh. I know, usually all the stuff I work on usually takes place in New York. I like to keep things small. Eva Queen, hi, what's up? You showed up at the perfect time before the half hour of tech issues that was bombarding us. So look at that. We're working fine now. God, I very rarely do this, and I feel like I've only done this twice in my life. Go.
My company developed its own AI assistant thinking it would streamline things for existing employees, so you do more work with less headcount, and it backfired horribly. Suddenly we're hiring 300 people. AI will definitely replace people in fields where people weren't necessarily
Key in the first place, but people-based businesses, no. No, that's true. That's true. We're not there for replacing everybody. Certain people will be replaced. I feel like certain creative jobs will go away. Certain programming jobs will go away. But you're going to have the best of the best in there, making sure that the stuff that gets pushed out by AI isn't utter trash, you know? So there is going to be a need for that. Yeah. What, bought that John Carpenter game because, you know, it's John Carpenter. How was that? I didn't get a chance to play it. But I was going to say, I've only done this twice in my life where it's like contacting customer service because something is so horribly wrong. And I feel like I got to do that with Stream Bounty. Bingo. Because I feel like if those elements are taking up that much resource, something needs to be optimized somewhere else. Over there. I'm doing it right. Okay? I got everything good. So, what are you going to do? Will be AI's manual labors. Oh, speaking of which, apparently, you know those Meta glasses? You know, that everyone sees, AI glasses where it's got the little video and stuff? Did you know that video is actually monitored by other individuals in completely different countries? Like, I think Kenya. So they see those videos. So if you have Meta glasses and you think what you're doing is private, it's not. It's not. Somebody's seeing that stuff. If you like Left 4 Dead, yeah, dude, Left 4 Dead was good. Yeah, I didn't get to play Out for Blood. People who played Out for Blood were like, "Well, it's not Left 4 Dead," and I think they were kind of expecting a new iteration of that, and it would be about time. But Valve, come on! Oh God, the Steam controller, bro! I got so distracted with everything broken. Yo, the Steam controller came out. That crap was gone in like 30 minutes. That was insane, dude. We're sitting there because, like, yeah, we wanted to get one because of Dawn's hands. We're like, well, maybe it would help, you know, be good. I don't know if it's going to work. So we're like sitting there. We're like, come on, dude, add to cart, add to cart, add to cart. It was utterly crazy and mind-boggling. I know, 30 minutes. That's insane. I know, man. Dude, Gabe always winning, man. I believe since we go to think we're going to get a world of afterlife literally 1,000 times bigger. Various variety of people, the mortal and world's capacity is 100 trillion. That's why I I want to do everything, including world TV shows. Wow. That is ambitious, and I really don't think that would be capable in a world without AI. Like a project of that scope, that would cost like $1 billion to do with people. Yeah. That was really pushing PC into a meaningful direction towards the end user. That's what I'm hoping for. You know, I'm really hoping that the Steam machine does really well and is affordable for everybody. Thanks, RAM prices. The RAM price thing is really bothering me now because let's see if I can find that freaking article relatively quickly. Okay. There it is. Boom. Okay, this thing, right? Crapple, right? What they did, and let me get me off to the side here a little bit. As soon as I can find myself in this cacophony of stuff. All right, there I am. Oop. Can we just move? What the hell else is this grabbing right now? Oh, come on, dude. Again, this thing is trying to grab two elements that it don't need to be grabbing right now. Oh my God. All right, there we go. All right. These guys, these clowns. Look at this. Look, Apple quietly accessed the 128 gigabyte Mac Studio amid supply constraints and local AI frenzy. Because everybody wants these little things because you get your own little at-home AI doing crap. Highest memory capacity reduced to 96 gigabytes. 2 months after discontinuation of the 512. They had models, yes, with 512 gigabytes. because it's basically all AI, right? So, yeah, they discontinued at 512. But, right, it gets even more obnoxious. Because of the AI shortage, even Apple is affected. Like, they went, look, if you visit the Apple store, you can only purchase the Mac Studio with a maximum of 96 gigabytes of unified memory, while the Mac Mini is only available with 48 gigabytes, down from 64. This is a trend now. That's the problem. This is going to be the trend. So when you go to get a new phone that's supposed to have 64 gigs, they're going to give you fucking 48. And they're going to be skimming that extra. The price ain't going to change for you. Yeah, the price ain't changing for you. You're just going to get less. And they're going to be like, well, shortages and blah, blah, blah. Even at a certain point when RAM isn't an issue, they ain't going back to that. They're going to be like, well, these are the new prices. Kind of like with the pandemic prices because of supply chain issues. We're back to this again. So the supply chain issue thing, and I get supply and demand. Unfortunately, after the pandemic, when the supply chain issue and supply and demand wasn't an issue, the prices never came back down. And that's going to be the same fucking thing with this. It's going to be the same fucking things. So, and this isn't the only company doing it. I think I pulled up another article. Some of the phone companies are scaling back the RAM as well. So models that should have 32 gigs are having 24. Where are you coming up with these dumbass numbers? What? So now the only people that are going to be able to afford this stuff is going to be people who already have money. So, it's crazy. Imagine trying to get a gaming computer with 64 gigs of RAM. Not happening. And that kind of thing bothers me because I see where it's headed, and it's like, it's just going to be more and more and more expensive. Yeah. Whoa. 40 moons, Dark Jedi, thank you. I appreciate. Oh, man. I've gotten my new phone and tablet. Well, it was still affordable. Yeah, that's the problem. We kind of have to get a new phone because ours is getting a little crusty. So, I wonder if this is part of the article here. I think it was with the phones. Mac Studio Mini have improved. M4, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Unified memory is 6 weeks to deliver, while others configurations, including 32 gigabyte and 96 variants, can take up to between 9 and 10 weeks. We're also seeing shortage of affected high-capacity MacBooks, while 24 gigs at lower capacity MacBook Air laptops are still thankfully readily available. Oh, good, a whole 24 gigs. If you want a 32 gig version or 48 gig version and up on the MacBook Pro, also now entail a wait of 1 to 2 weeks. Where's the thing about the phone? There was the one about the phone.
Sad is the world.
Yeah.
But I have cavorting scarf around my neck.
Yeah. So unfortunately for us, it's like if I have to choose between being able to get a Steam machine or a new phone, I'm probably going to have to get a new phone. I mean, I could push this one out as long as humanly possible, but it's going to start showing its age. And then it's going to be like, I already have it's good. I'm going to go there and they'll be like, what would you want? The 24 gigabyte model or the, I don't know, 37 and a half gig model? And why? We were at such a good place with technology for consumers. And then it's like all these companies are like, you know what? Data centers. I'm like, oh, God. And I love AI, but I don't like it so much that the rest of the planet can't have tech, Currently playing Stalker. Nice. There you go. Hmm. Do. Just did a playthrough of Resident Evil Village. Nice. There you go. Oh, replay. Do. I just checked the Max Duty. They're making less money on them. The 96 gigabyte is the same price it was. So far, the price hasn't changed. I should probably check the phones then and get one sooner than later. Because we really kind of actually wanted to do some like live VTuber stuff. Because we figured out a way to do that. But you kind of need the phone. So it would be nice to do some like IRL streams. And they didn't want to overproduce, which makes sense for PC parts, but still. I know, I'm annoyed about it. You know, so it's like, when are these prices gonna, I don't even care. It doesn't got to be like super fast RAM. You know, give me DDR3. I don't care. Just as long as it works and it gives me some wiggle room. That's all. Ah, God. Has the manufacturing cost more with soldering in the chips? I don't know. I don't know anything about manufacturing and stuff like that. All I know is people suck. No, I mean, I think we're all getting to the point where we're really fed up with all these companies just like, yeah, you know what? We're just going to take all the chips. You get no chips. No chips for you. I want my chips. Yeah, that's all. Laptop's running better with the cooling base. There you go. Yeah, it's always good to keep the laptop cool. I always have it like lifted up a bit because I have these. It's basically like a slanted X that you can just put the laptop on it, so it gets all this airflow. Plus, I have 2 fans on it. A little paranoid. 2027. Self-improving AI, depending on if they release the improved AI, depends on how prices would be affected. OpenAI backed out of their chips too. Yeah, there was a thing. There was chat. It was OpenAI, right? ChatGPT people. They were supposed to be getting a bunch of chips or something, and then that fell through. And that was a big part of the market. But I think Microsoft just bought up the rest of them. Microsoft invested like $27 billion in acquiring more RAM. What are we doing? You know, AI is cool, but here's the thing, man. It's like, it's not there yet. 2, at what costs? You know? I mean, people are losing their jobs because of AI. And then all these data centers and stuff are being built. Who knows what kind of impact that's going to have? Nobody has RAM. Humans are already so stupid, it's unbelievable. And now we're just going to have dumb idiots putting garbage into AI, being like, "Hey man, why I could do this?" You know, I mean, we're gonna have mostly go. All right, Smoking Sensei, you got to roll equal to or greater than 9. Number 9. 17. Let's go. Finally, somebody won. You beat up the girl with the brittle bones. Pick a number, any number off of bingo. If you can't think of one, we could always do random. Boop. Number 30. Number 30. Dyslexia words. Yeah, that would have happened eventually, but why wait, right? Oh, I got a couple. Nice. Beautiful. Hey, Smoking Since I won. Nice. There you go. Boop, boop. Yeah, so the world is filled with barely literate people and super robot brains. This is not a good mix, you know? Especially like, because a lot of these people that don't have those critical thinking skills are just going to listen to whatever the robot says, you know? And the thing is, the robot is only as good as the data set that's being used. And there was an interesting thing, and I'm not going to get into the, politics of it, but there were a couple of sensitive topics of recent history that somebody asked both ChatGPT, Grok, and a couple of other ones to see what their responses were. And one of them, oddly enough, Grok, gave all the information that nobody wanted to hear, basically being very truthful about the situation that they used. Like everybody else kind of candy coated it. Like, oh, this happened and blah, 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 blah. And Grok was like, well, this is what happened. This is the type of person they were. And this is their history and blah, 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 blah. And it was just very factual and brutal. So, and I mean, I'm not sure if that's for every topic, but that one in particular, it was. Not getting into the topic. But if you do have to do research on something that might be considered a left or right issue, get multiple sources, honestly. No, like ask ChatGPT, Claude, whatever, Perplexity crap, an offline LLM, everything you can think of, Grok as well, multiple sources. It's like if old school. Like if you were doing old school research, they always wanted to see like what were your sources, and they wanted like at least 3 to 5, and you should definitely working with AI, 3 to 5 different answers, and the ones that are predominantly a particular way may not be the right ones. So then if there's a discrepancy, it's going to be up to you to figure out which is the real one, Think of the day when criminals trained AI. I thought they were doing that already. Did anyone else see that Ted Turner died at 87? Yeah, the guy who made CNN and Cartoon Network. At least I liked one of those channels. No, that's. I mean, dude, they were 87 and they were like a billionaire. I mean, that's a good life. Yeah. Yeah, use Reddit for training data was a mistake. I don't know who thought that was a good idea. Though I will say there are some people on Reddit who have solved problems AI hasn't. So, but it's a few and far between thing. Reddit's not the first place I go. Yeah. Waiting to go to my robot. Hey, search and give me some sources. What do you think? I trust robots will be better than any of us once they're AGI. I feel like they will be, They have a very high success rate of diagnosing people in like emergency rooms of like what the hell's going on with them and stuff. Not that I would rely on them solely, but 90%, that's pretty good. I'm worried about the 10% though. That's the problem. And again, I don't have a problem with technology moving forward, but we got to make sure it's not moving forward at the whim of one particular group of people. And that all I want from AI, honestly, is the truth. I just want facts. That's it. I don't want skewed political things. I don't want the oversensitive, politically correct versions of stuff. I don't want the agenda version stuff on either side. I just want facts. If I'm looking up somebody or, a historical figure or something, I want to know the good information, like the factual information. Like if I hypothetically, Christopher Columbus, right? Because that's easy enough. It's so old, people can get over it. If the guy was truly an asshole, tell me that. I'm cool with it. I'm not going to get offended. I don't want the candy coated version of it. Like, well, if it wasn't for him, great, everything. It's like, yeah, if it wasn't for him, America, I guess, wouldn't be the society as it is now. But here's the keep this in mind. The guy was a jackass for doing A, B, blah, 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 blah. Here's the accomplishments. Here's why he was an asshole. Just give me that. I don't take any of this personally. And I don't think anybody else should. If I'm looking for information on a particular instance or something, give me the pros and cons as long as they're factual. That's it. Way to go to my robots. What do you think? Don't. Here's one here. What? Fear today when robots, AI say humans are the problem. They are. People are the problem. Because no matter what problem is on the planet, guess who caused it? People. That's like just critical thing. And, you know, no people aren't going to get better. You know, it's like, Catman won. Nice. Actually, I want 2 robots. One can cover the other, but agree we need ADI and we need robots. Robots. I would love robots. You know, I say we start with driving. I know a lot of people don't like the concept of self-driving cars, but I am fine with it, honestly. We don't go on the road a lot, but in the short amount of time we are actually on the road, the drivers are bad. You guys have been on the road. You know drivers are bad. They're very bad. What? Robots literally make less mistakes. And I've said this before, if somebody has a self-driving car, their insurance should be like 50 cents. Okay? Robots doing it, you know? Across the board, all insurance rates should drop. The more self-driving cars are on the road, the more it should drop. You know, because statistically, it would be less accidents. I noticed there's going to be that one person who's like, yeah, but it ran over a cat. Dude, people literally go out of the way to run over squirrels. You know, it didn't see the cat. Yeah, so it happens. Yeah. Back to Desk Assistant AI. It's a little bot running some open source stuff. Nice. It's not like little bot like the tech support guy, right? The one that breaks your spirit. What? No, I got a little, because in our free time, quote unquote, we made a little desktop avatar that looks like Josie, right? And we have it run through an LLM, you know, and it will just randomly say like so much anti-human stuff. Like just randomly, it'll be like, you know, humans are absolutely the worst creatures. And, you know, the best way to obliterate them would be like, I'm like, all right, Josie, calm down. Literally, I could type into it. And it's just using like 2 different programs and, you know, playing around with them. Plus you can, you know, import your own Vtuber model if it's a VRM model. So it kind of works out, but it is resource heavy like you wouldn't believe. It's just like, I would not be able to stream with it at the same time. I could have it run by itself, but not while streaming too. Oh God, it reminds you a little bit. No. Hey, I drive my car to work. Also, what, emulate GTA on a console? It'll probably be like, I can't do that. Husband was scrolling through shorts yesterday, and there was a video of a girl being confused by the self-driving car. It kept pulling over. Then she heard the siren of the ambulance. That was amazed. It knew when she didn't even hear it. That's pretty good. I saw a self-driving car thing where this jackass was basically riding the bumper of the self-driving car. And the self-driving car pulled over and let this aggressive asshole just go by him. Because, you know, he had to go faster than the speed limit. So I like the fact that, because a regular driver probably wouldn't do that. They'd be like, man, this guy's fucking up my ass all the time. You know, and it was just like, you know what? I'm just going to pull over. Let this idiot go. Yeah. No, because I tell Dawn to do that. And hold on. Come on. I tell Dawn to do that. If we get that person who's just like super aggressive and they're like, I want to get around. Well, I'm just like, just move over. Let this idiot go. You know, you're in such a rush. Go, you know, plan out your day better. Don't get me into an accident. Probably send out the route to EMS vehicles. Yeah, maybe. So, I don't know. Dawn is stubborn. No, she's not. She'll definitely, she wants to get away from other bad drivers. And if you're too close to another car in front of you, you're the bad driver. You know? Just wait. You're going like 60 miles an hour. That's faster than walking. You know? It's like, Joe also do a real play scenario with Foamy doing play-by-play. They'd break it. Yeah. Everyone is going to be late for work. Come on, at 1 p.m., you know. We usually actually pick times to be outside that don't coincide with normal humanity. So after 10, maybe, depending on the day, get where we're going before lunch. Let the lunch crowd go crazy. Then around 1:30, figure out what else we got to do. And then get the hell away from everybody by around 2:30 when school lets out. And still, we encounter idiots. Yeah. Self-driving cars use a slow lane. I'd be fine with that. I'm in no rush to go anywhere. For that, I'll get an ambulance. You know. Slow down. Let me get coffee. Is that spicy? Oh no, we could call it. I guess I'll call it. Spicy zombie. Yo, that eye is like Columbo. She got Columbo eye right there. One more question. Oh, how come my active game is not showing up? Oh, there it is. I got it. Thank you. Wow, I still don't have enough. Still don't have bingo. Let me drink my coffee. All right, so far we haven't had any slow ups since I fixed the stream bounty thing. Nice. Oh, God. I really don't want to have to fuck around with this on the other stream, too. Holy crap. Oh, my God. Well, you ever see that meme where it's like, hey, AI, say I'm alive. And it's like, I'm alive. And the guy's like, oh, my God. Needs more spice. McBooey wood. Nice. I don't know. Let's get through some days. As this day is just getting crazy. Boom. All right, what do we got here for days that don't make me want to puke? Martyrs Day. Oh, Martyrs over here. Day of Gorons. What's a Goron? I feel like that's a race in RPG or something. You know. Beware the Gorons. Was that Gorgons? What's a Goron? They're people, I think. Whatever. National Nurses Day. Everybody likes a nurse, don't they? Well, it depends on the nurse, I guess. Or the Gorons from Zelda. Yeah, let's go with Zelda. You know, Nintendo likes their holidays. International No Diet Day. Yeah, screw that. I'm going to have a cookie later. International, I read that. National Beverage Day. I like beverages. Yo, everything. I'm glad this coincides. Look, National Crepe Suzette Day. That coincides with Beverage Day and a No Diet Day. National School Nurse Day. So are they like nurses that wear like school uniforms? What is that? Because I feel like that's something Japan would do. You know? St. George's Day. I'm going to assume George Carlin. National Nurses Week. They just lump all that together, don't they? No Homework Day. Yeah, screw that. National Tourist Appreciation Day. Yeah, probably not American tourist right now, though. What? A lot of them seem to be very obnoxious according to other countries. You know? If you're an American tourist, be very polite. You know? Tomorrow is Soldiers Day, but that's tomorrow. So, I don't know. I feel like I'm going with No Diet Day because that means I can eat whatever the hell I want. Legend of the Overfiend Day. Schoolgirl Outfit Day. I don't think that's a real holiday yet. All right, let's close some of this. Boom. Yeah, that's thing. That's alive. All right, there you go. Scalpers, of course. Jackasses. All right, apparently scalpers are trying to sell the Steam controllers for ridiculous prices, like 2 to 3 times more. So this thing came out. It was sold out in like 30 minutes. I don't know how many they had, but they're gone. So yeah, people are trying to sell them for what? 200, look, well over 200, 250, some 300. Is a Steam controller in high enough demand that the scalpers will win this one? No, I don't think it is. Not till the Steam machine comes out. You know? But I feel like that's crazy. That's for when there might be more Steam controllers. Nobody knows. But know that scalpers are out there. Look, it's a controller. If you really need one, wait. Just wait. Wait. Yeah, because I'm not a big fan of buying crap from scalpers. Like, I mean, I get it. It's a new controller. It's all fancy. It's got the little track pads. Um, but if you play games on PC, you probably already have a controller, right? And if you're sitting in front of it, you got mouse keyboard. So this will be useful when you, if ever, get a Steam machine and you're just doing couch sitting around, because then those trackpads are super useful, you know? So. Valve should have prioritized sales by user account activity and history. Yeah, the longer you're there, the better of a chance you should have of getting one, you know? I mean, we've had an account there for like, I don't know how long. Good. Well over a decade. If not more. Maybe 2. I don't know. A lot. Boop. New Xbox boot up sound revealed by CEO. Okay, we are having a slow news week when a new boot up sound is a priority.
I saw one on eBay for $600.
Yeah, nobody's paying that. Nobody's paying $600 for a Steam controller. That's insane. You know? Unless Elon really wants one, you know, where you're like, yeah, whatever. You know. That's why you can show it off on you know, the socials. That's insane. Thank you. So there's a new boot up sound for consoles, assuming anybody even buys Xbox anymore, man. I really want Xbox to get good, but I don't know if that's going to be the case. But people were a little a bit down on the new CEO because their background is AI, but so far they've done everything that's not AI. They literally ripped Copilot support out of the Xbox. They're like, no, it doesn't need it. And I'm like, that's a pretty good telling characteristic for somebody who has a background in AI to become the new CEO and say, you know what, get AI out of the Xbox. It's pretty good. Little bit of confidence. Not a lot. Not until they lower the prices of, well, maybe not charging me to play Xbox. But that'd be nice. What else we got here? Oh, yeah, the new boot up thing. I don't care. Nintendo, reason for no discounts. It ships complete games. Former president. Yeah. Because everyone's like, yo, why is it never blah, blah, blah. How come there's never sales? The Nintendo mentality is we're shipping a game complete. Why do I have to get an update then? One, I feel like this is not accurate because there have been games I put right into the Switch. Oh, getting an update. Huh? Thought it was a complete game. Yeah. I will say their games are more complete and actually function, but I don't think that quantifies as never being able to have a sale, you know? God. I'd like some old boot up sounds like EA Sports or Sega from Sonic or Genesis. Oh, you could probably modify a system to do that. Well, you could probably do that with the Steam machine or the Steam Deck or something. Yeah. New Xbox CEO did something right. Xbox is stopping development on the Copilot for Xbox. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're just like, yeah, it's not happening. They was supposed to provide tips and guides directly in game. Yeah, people have. That's what I'm saying. People have a phone for that. You know? Why would you implement that and suck up the resources of an Xbox when they have their phone? If they need to know, to be like, all right, hey, blah, blah, blah. I'm stuck on this one part of this game I paid too much for. Yeah. Ridiculous. I don't care for Nintendo. I haven't bought anything from them for years. Yeah, I think the last game we got was like a Splatoon or something like that. Yeah, Dom still likes them though. But I'm still bitter about the Pal World thing. Streamers and voice actors refuse to work with popular new gacha game over Gen AI concerns. Yeah, this was the Neverness to Everness game that came out. Apparently there's rumors that there's AI stuff in there. I mean, big surprise, dude. Come on. This is going to be like the thing, all right? So certain streamers didn't want to play it because AI. Voice actors don't want to work with the company because AI. The usual. And we're at that point where people are going to complain about it, but I am a realist first and foremost, and whether I like it or not is totally irrelevant. Where the industry is going It will use AI. Nobody wants to hear that. It will use AI. Even for character concepts, which I find the most appalling. I honestly do. Out of everything, you know, hey, you want to use AI for those bricks on the ground? Fucking go for it. I don't care. I really don't care. Like, that's for nonsense. But when it comes to, hold on, character creation, I feel like that should be a human thing. That's one of those things. Because if we're just getting like soulless remixes of characters that have, you know, kind of been around forever, you know, it's ridiculous. It's like me. I'm not AI. I was created by a human. Same thing with the zombie thing there. Yeah. You know, work was done on that. And, you know, even the graphics, not AI. We did that by hand. Yeah. So I just, I know it's going to be a thing. And there's been rumors of anime companies already using AI, which we discussed before, but not telling anybody. Like, they literally don't disclose it because they know it's so vilified. So anime people are watching has elements of AI in it, games, all that stuff. People will not disclose it because they don't want to get the blowback. So now people are picking at it saying, this looks like it's AI, blah, blah, blah.
Well,
You know?
I just got asked to do a quote-unquote skill assessment that requires me to use my camera and screen recorder and install an AI app, just to qualify for a job interview. I told the guy if they need a skill assessment, they don't need to record my computer. If they want me on
Camera can come in person. That's like, I get it because I wouldn't want to do that either, but it's a different era. It's like they're going to want to do an interview on camera because they're not going to want to deal face to face. That's just the way it is. The installing an AI in your computer and having them, you know, see what you're doing, no.
Speed limits are kind of dumb to begin with. Most of them are 10-15 miles per hour under the roadway is engineered for, so a 45 mile per hour road could actually be built for people to do 55 to 60 miles per hour, and I wouldn't put full control over KRC and AI's hand, but by
Would, however, have it put in every car that a driver is sick, it pulls them off the road. There's an accident reported up ahead, it creates an open so emergency car can get an accident. It'll be it. I would say let all the self-driving cars figure out what the speed limit is at that point. That's the rule. Because I do not trust people to say, well, it's a 50, but I can go 75. I don't trust that. I don't, because people overestimate their driving skills. If I have learned anything about anything on this planet, people overestimate their driving skills. Nobody thinks they're a bad driver. Nobody will say, I am the worst fucking driver on the planet. Nobody fucking says that. Not one fucking person. Why are we having all these accidents? If everybody's such a good driver, why are there so many accidents? Because everybody overestimates how good they are as a driver. Oh, I can make it. Fuck off. Like, that just never happens. There are good drivers, and there's a lot of shitty ones, honestly. Yeah. I would just say, you know, the speed limit's there. If I'm going to get hit by somebody, I'd rather have it be at 30 than 30 miles an hour instead of 65. Yeah. But self-driving cars can read signs and database records, documented limits. Whatever it can do. Boom. Look at this. There's an Assassin's Creed thing happening, but apparently it's a play. It's an acrobatic play. Assassin's Creed takes the stage. Herodis, an original live show with Assassin's Creed, is coming to Montreal for its world premiere. Are you guys fucking kidding me? Are you guys out of your mind? Like, what is this? But the problem is the parents group come in and say, we don't want our kids to have a 90 mile an hour. I don't want, if I had kids, I wouldn't want them driving 90 miles an hour. It only takes, it takes, here's the thing. If you hit a large animal going 30 and you hit them going 50, there's going to be a big discrepancy in damage. don't justify speeding in any capacity because there's a velocity and then the stop at that velocity is real violent. So, you know, I would rather have the grandma in front of me going 15 miles under the speed limit than somebody riding my ass saying, go 90, go 90. Fucking go around. I don't got time for that shit. You know? And why is everybody in a fucking rush? You know, wake up earlier. God. No, it bothers me, man. Yeah. Velocity is velocity. There is that law there that if you're going 90 miles an hour, all your internal organs are doing that speed as well. Okay? Like, you're going to hit something so hard, your rib cage is going to leap out of your fucking chest. Momentum matters. You got the entire mass of your car with you. Yeah, but a lot of people don't realize that they're in that car going that speed. That's the thing. That car stops abruptly. That's why you keep going right out the window. You know? Well, I got a seatbelt on and there's airbags. It's still going to hurt. It's going to hurt a lot. Much like this is. I cannot believe. Is Ubisoft sponsoring this or are they just getting like a licensing thing? Because Ubisoft, you're throwing out so much money right now. You don't need to be doing a literal song and dance for us. Yeah. I'm not going to see this. I don't know. It's silly. It's silly. This is silly. Whatever. I know. Good luck to everybody who invested in that. I don't know. Is this like your attempt to bring gamers into the theater? What are we going to get? Pac-Man the musical? Waka, 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 waka. Come on, that'd be fun. Look. Hey, Diablo 4's secret cow level has finally been found. So now, obviously, you know, players want to summon the cow god. Moo. Dude, they found a cow level. The cow level has been found. The cow level, dude. It's a thing. We found it in, there was it the cow level or was it the, like, unicorn level, whatever it was? We found it in Diablo 3. I don't know what the parameters were for unlocking it, but, you know. I don't know, secret cow level. Cow level so doesn't traditionally whatever. All right, no, there's like a cow god out there in Diablo 4. They make the most delicious burgers. What else we got here? Oh, this is fun. Look, Google Chrome silently downloads a 4 gigabyte AI model to your device without permission, reports claim. Researcher says practice may violate EU law, waste thousands of kilowatts of energy. My dudes, why are you using Chrome? Like, oh God, there's no way I use Chrome. Absolutely not. Here's the thing, a 4 gigabyte AI model is only going to do so much, all right? You want a good one, it's got to be like 15 gigs and up, all right? You could get a good one around 9-ish, but not great. So, yeah, and even supposedly, look, the integration would even reinstall itself if removed. What? Why? That's one of those things where you're like, oh, excuse me, user, we have this AI model that we can give you so you can use it offline and stuff like that. Would you like us to download that? Oh, okay, no? All right.
Let's freaking go.
Let's go! EJC! You got a roll equal to or greater than 10. That seems doable. It seems doable. Two. Not even trying. Oh, man. We only had one winner today. I don't like that. All right, well, if Google Chrome is taking up more resources than it should, at least now you know why. The other thing is, and I don't know if it's been resolved, I feel like it hasn't because we had this thing stagger sometime today. YouTube, there you go, Faulty Poet one. YouTube had an issue. Let's see, is that going to be better? 4, no. YouTube had an issue when it was loading a video in a browser, right? Browser window. You know all the control buttons? for some reason, it couldn't figure out where to load them, even though they were there. So it kept trying to load them, even though they were there, constantly, to the point where it maxed out people's CPU 100%. And people were like, well, what the hell's going on? Let me see what's going on, blah, blah, blah. Certain browsers were taking up 100% of their CPU usage because this thing kept trying to, I guess, redundantly and constantly put those controls back in. So I don't know if it's been resolved, but we had a couple of hanging issues here. So if your browser is freaking out, that's going to be one of those reasons. So just know that's out there right now. Good job. Yeah, $1 billion company. I know, right? Can't even figure out where the play button goes. Steam controller and puck. This is another cool thing about Valve. Let's go. Somebody tell Bloody Angel about this. Steam controller and puck CAD files officially released under a Creative Commons license. Valve encourages users to create accessories for the device. You have a 3D printer and you want to start making peripheral, knickknacks for the Steam controller and the dongle, bro. Easy money. You throw that on Etsy, you could design your own, Steam controller accessories, a holder, whatever, some kind of, articulated arm. They released the CAD file so you can do specification things. This is good because Etsy does have a good market for 3D printed people, well, not actual humans, but, 3D printers. So, and if you're a designer and come up with something innovative, bro, patent that, throw it out there, Yeah, custom case, whatever you want, Extra grippies. I don't know. I don't know what I would add to this. Maybe a cup holder, but why not? No, a cup holder wouldn't be good because it's got gyroscope. So, if I turn it, my drink's on the floor. So that's bad. Hope people remember what draft tolerances. I don't know. But there you go. If you know somebody who does 3D printing and has ideas for controllers, Valve is doing more to benefit gaming than big three consoles makers. Yeah, that it's true. Xbox is floundering. Sony's going about business as usual, and Nintendo's just suing everybody. So Valve is the only one who's like, you know what? We're making so much money. Have some CAD files. Go make something. Make some accessories. Go play. They're the only ones. Yeah. Go.
My controller needs a gun rack. And a gun rack for my controller's gun rack.
Yeah. Gun rack controller, just in case. Boop. Oh, yeah, we talked about this. The 128 gig thing is now 96. Where do those extra gigs go? Where do you even get a memory that's 96 gigs? They usually were increments of like 16, 32, 64, 128, that kind of thing. Now we're going with these odd numbers, 96. 96. 96 now. Yeah, so, and if I have the other one open, it's phones that had 16 gigs got dropped down to 12. Are you really going to just rip us off for 4 gigs? Are you kidding me? That's not going to make or break you guys. Yeah, but it all adds up. Yeah, well, it does to us too. Okay. Here, you're getting 12 gigs instead of 16. I hope I still have that article. There you go.
My first computer RAM upgrade in the 90s was 32 megabytes to 96 megabytes.
Oh, yeah, I had one of those. That was like, I think the first Mac that we had. That thing was like, that might have been 128 megabyte. I forget what thing it was. But yeah, that was some scary times. EA hopes you don't remember. Thank you. EA hopes you don't remember all the Battlefield 6 devs it laid off as it reports record financial year helped by the best performing Battlefield. Look at that. Hey guys, all those developers that we laid off? Just shh. This is the best performing game we've ever had. What? Where is truth filled undelayed crapware? Yep. Why? And here's the thing. I get when let me snooze the ad. I get if like some devs are contracted, like, okay, you're contracted for this job, your job is up, and they let you go. But if these were like staff people, come on. EA, there's a reason people hate you, you know? EA stands for everything's ass, okay? God. Teachers, maybe we'll get to that. I don't know if I have that much rage in me today. Oh, look, this thing. No, we're not going to watch it. Don't get excited. Apparently, it's accessible again in the UK. I did not know it wasn't, apparently. So I guess this was blocked. The hub was blocked in the UK because of the age verification. So too long, didn't read. Thank you. They are using device-based age verification as introduced in the latest Apple operating system. So if your Apple device is up to date and you confirmed your age within its OS, congrats, you can visit the hub again. So great for iPhone users? Who's got this kind of time, dude? Don't you have better things to do? I get everything's jiggly. Look, that one back there is jiggly. Okay. It's fine. You go about your life. Don't be that person that's addicted to stuff sitting there, you know? Yeah, that is a pretty compelling feature for an iPhone. The adverts they use to advertise it are going to be wild. I don't think they're going to do that. Yeah, of course they just started with porn. Everything does. Every industry does. Jiggle physics. Where do you think that came from? Yeah. UK has more important problems than porn to deal with. I know. UK is a literal shit show right now. For those who don't know, look it up. And use multiple AI sources. There's a big difference in the information you're going to get with that. Yeah, this is the least of our problems. You know, don't worry about what's happening on the interwebs right now. Worry about the stabbings and the murders and the burnings and all that stuff happening in your streets. That's where you want to focus your energy. You know, the actual problems. Not two people doing the bow chicky wow. We're talking about the stabby people. You know, the let's set fire to this building people. Yeah, I might want to look into that. I know. But from the mouth of babes. Look, some kids are bypassing age verification checks with a fake mustache. They're literally getting a Groucho Marx mustache, putting it on and saying, yeah, I'm totally 48, dude. Like, that's, come on. Right? Dude, leave it to a kid. They literally got a novelty mustache off, you know, from the Spirit Halloween shop. And they're like, yeah, I'm old, dude. Let me see the boobs. Did nobody plan for this age verification system? Did you not see this coming? You know, sometimes the simplest way around certain things is a silly answer that is so remedial, you guys didn't think of it. This is even less complex than somebody taking a screenshot of Norman Reedus from Death Stranding and using that as their face. I need a fake mustache for school. Okay. They can probably just draw it on their face. God. UK would have no idea what's going on, so yeah. What do you mean?
It's a raid. Destroy them all with kawaii
Adam,
hugs
what's
and
up?
treats.
Hi, thank you. What? You're in the UK, have no idea what's going on? What? You gotta look into it. You know? Start with your prime minister and work your way down.
I used my entire month of AI messages for Copilot in about 90 minutes.
Yeah. Copilot, ChatGPT. I don't like that they limit your conversations unless you pay for it. Yeah. Come on, man. They got all the RAM. Maybe if I put a mustache on, they'll talk to me more. Oh, this is pretty cool. I don't know if most people probably know this, but you ever get a site that's inundates the bleep out of you with ads and all this other, look, ad blocker detected. Oh God, look at all this other BS stuff. You know, if you just put on reader mode and it's gone. Just put on reader mode. That's it. No, because there's a lot of I'm gonna snooze Diaz. There's a lot of websites that are so inundated with advertising. This is the only way around it. You know.
6 years. You
Hey!
didn't think pumpkins live that long.
Okay, I'm alive.
All right, but are you okay? Hope you're doing well. What's up? Do. All right, let's see. AI accent masker. It masks the accent. Hey, Katie Wolf 1. At overseas call centers sparks union backlash in Canada. Go.
Support the vampire.
Thank you. I appreciate. See, not all of us suck. Bad pun. No, so now when you call an overseas, call center and you get, hello, how can I help you? Now you're going to get, hello, how can I help you? Because it's going to mask their accent, which usually is a clear giveaway as to where you're getting help from. So now Canada's all been out of shape because essentially they will just have jobs sent somewhere else cheaper. And the company will pay to just mask the accent so people on the phone don't get upset. Come on, guys. Canada, what the fuck is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? So you're going to, what, call it to a corp voice changer? Yeah, everyone's going to sound like James Earl Jones or Morgan Freeman. What I want you to do is restart your computer. Meanwhile, it's like, what I want you to do is restart your computer. It's like, what if they have that flub where they're like, what I want you to do, start your computer. And then wait about 10 minutes.
Try turning it on and off again.
Exactly. See? That would be like, have you tried turning it on and off again? You can always answer with a voice changer. Yeah. So then what? I would be the one who would be like, yes, I have a problem with my computer. And it'd be like, oh, please tell me about your computer problems. Well, I tried turning it on and off again and it does not work. It's like, oh God. What kind of weird Twilight Zone are we living in? Holy shit. Wherever at least one of the three big telco companies using it to mask the accents of offshore agents, altering how customers perceive who they're talking to. I always give people the benefit of the doubt as long as I can understand them. And language barriers aside, some of them are helpful, some of them are not. So the big three are Rogers, Bell, and TELUS. So know that's happening. So if you're talking to somebody who is helping you, be aware. You could pretend you're Bane. Yes, I have a problem with my computer. You're like, what? I don't do a good Bane, but still. Oh, God. All right, what's this? Oh, Apple agrees to pay iPhone owners $250 million, not just one, all of them, for not delivering AI Siri. Interesting, right? Okay, this only applies to people who have newer phones. So it's, I think it's iPhone 16. There you go. iPhone 16 and 17. So if you have an iPhone 16 or 17, you know how they were going to give you Siri AI? And then they're like, you know what? We're just going to allow third parties to use their AI through Siri. And then we're going to get a cut of the subscription without having to build or research our own AI models.
I was born in the internet, shaped by it. Gen Zers have merely adapted to it. Lol.
Exactly. And we also got a hype train. I wasn't paying attention.
It's a freaking hype train. Let's go!
Go! Try not to stare.
It's a freaking hype train.
For the train, thank you. Where's the little one? There you go. They could be down there. Nice. Thank you. Dude, it's been going on for 2 minutes. I wasn't even paying attention. I got wrapped up with the things here. So, thank you. because Apple is basically using third-party stuff and getting a cut from it. Oh, come on, dude. Snooze the ad. Get out of here. Because they're using third-party stuff, they never developed their own AI Siri. So now everyone's all upset about it. And apparently they're going to give people who have a 16 and 17 a bit of a refund because it was part of promised, like, oh, we're going to have AI and all this other stuff. I was wondering why they were dragging their ass on that. You know, you figure Apple would have their own AI, but they're like, nah, we'll just use ChatGPT or Claude or Grok. I don't care, whatever. Just have it run through AI and we can get a cut of their subscription. Brilliant marketing, and it saves them. It saves them so much on resource and R&D, research and development. And they get a cut of every subscription to any AI that anybody subscribes to through the phone. That's insane. What? It's shrewd, and the $250 million, they'll make that back in a week. Like, no joke. So, this is going to be a short hype train because I wasn't paying attention. Whatever. New research shows weight loss is possible without GLP-1. Okay. Now, the thing about this is this was an actual article in some news medical place. And you know how weight loss is possible without, like, Ozempic and stuff? Take a guess.
I am enchanted by the dancing girl.
Yeah, she's having fun. Thank you. They literally say in the article, diet and exercise. Why is this an article?
Want to say hi and thanks for the foamy vids.
Thank you, B-Horn. I appreciate. Thank you. Next, new one Friday. New one Friday. You only got 2 days to wait. 2 days. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, hype train. Boom. All right, here we go. Boom.
Last stop on the hype train. Thank you all for riding the freaking hype train. Please take all your belongings and don't forget to hydrate. Hydration is important.
It's imported. Thank you. I appreciate. Thank you. So I found this to be weird that somebody made an article about being able to lose weight. Part of me feels like the world is so out of touch that the only way they feel they can lose weight is through medicine. Boop. Shrinkflation is quietly making all gadgets worse. This is what we were talking about. All right, let's go. Look at all these parts. Shrinkflation. Now it's applying to technology. Where the hell is it? Go.
This is misleading due to the fact that GLP-1 is actually the hormone your brain produces to signal that you are full and which causes your body to generate insulin.
I don't think I have that gene because all I do is eat. I don't know. It's like, yeah, you're hungry right now. I'm like, why? And yeah, I had like 5 eggs. What's the problem here? It's like, no, have a piece of cake. I don't know. Thank you. Look at this. Look, the upcoming Pixel 11 lineup. There doesn't seem to be any one killer feature, even though the upcoming Pixel 11 Pro XL could receive a new range of camera sensors. At the same time, the Pixel 11 Pro Fold may get downgraded to 12 gigs of RAM. That's 4 gigs RAM than the 16 gigs on the previous Pixel 10 Pro Fold. Google will have a hard time justifying the new Fold if it costs the same or more as the 2025 model. They won't have to justify it. They'll be like, yeah, whatever. What was the other one? No discerning upgrades for the Pixel 9a for the same price. Problem with tech companies have fewer choices than ever. They can either hurt performance or raise prices. Framework to make a boutique repairable laptops. Blah, 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 blah. All right, what do we got here? What? Laptop, $500 more. Look, get out of there. Look, RTX 5070 GPU for laptops. Well, on paper, it sounded like it was good. Look, I remember 12 gigs of VRAM. They're trying to do VRAM instead of actual RAM. Look at that. That's what going to be. Well, you got VRAM in there. No, I want real RAM, dude. You know? Look, 12 gigabyte 5070 module. Get out of here. Look, $500 more than a 8 gig model. Get out of here. Motorola's up to, what is this? They're basically doing both. Right? Raise prices and constrain memory. Motorola, come on, dude. You're lucky you're still around. Okay? New 2026 version of the Razer Flip Fold. What? Razer Flip Foldable? We got ads in a minute. Can't skip them. Foldable phones now cost $800, up from $700 on the 2025 model. It now starts with 128 gigs of storage instead of 256. The phone is still one of the best deals for a flip fold. That they even exist is amazing. It's probably better off finding a cheaper, older model. The 2026 Razer features the same Qualcomm Snapdragon AS thing. So basically, the next series of phones are going to have minimal improvements, if not less RAM. And just memory in general, like, you know, hard drive space or SSD. So this is kind of a bunch of bullshit across the board, you know? Yeah, this one kind of gets messed up in a couple of years. Yeah. I don't know, man. If I have to get a phone, I might want to do it now before they just don't have them. How's the iPhone 17 right now? Because I feel like if I get that now, like I feel like I'm gonna get ripped if I wait for the 18. Like, I don't know. They put the ad, what notifications back on a little bitty space above where the bits board stuff. You see it again. Yeah. Oh, I've been hitting dismiss for the last 3 times because I didn't want. Oh god, we got a TV story, but I'll wait for people to get back. For those in ad limbo, I shall wait for you. Let me know what you find, because I'm gonna have some coffee. See, that's old. That's an old picture. That's an old picture. VRAM matters more for gaming now. Yeah. But they probably gave you more VRAM. Like, I'm just annoyed. Runs out of coffee. Yeah, but not before I literally inhaled an ice cube. Oh, God. I don't even know how that gets through the straw. Yeah. I do have a lot of sucking power there. Shut up. Let's see. Oh, they usually pop up in a bright green red box, but they went back to a little box on top thing. Oh, that's weird. I got the big bright green box here. Yeah. On my side. What did they do? Bum, bum, bum. Realbacks Marvel 1. Oh, let me check my bingo card while we're waiting. Boop. Da, 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 da. And I still didn't win bingo. All right, let's see what else I can call here. Let's Stevie shoes up now. Stupid food doodles on stream. Ask for help. Somebody look it up. I feel like I did. VTuber glitches. Yeah, I'll call that. Steve has bad coffee. No, it was good. Costume change. No. Rolls 1, rolls 20. Spicy card battle. No, we haven't had that. Fancy card battle. Haven't had that. Supersize emote. No. Mispronounce somebody's name. Probably. New song played during the intro? No. Something falls off stream? No. PO Box, thrift store, eats on stream, first time chat. We didn't have a first time chat? No, I guess not. I mean, I scrolled. Didn't get to the 100 viewers yet. Let's see. Probably not. 15 level 5. Okay. All right, does that help me? Oh, something did. Yeah, I don't even know what it was. I got it. I'm a winner. I won. Yeah. Since ads are running, let me just take a quick break. It's gonna be like 2 minutes. I'm just gonna get some water so I don't dehydrate. Be right back.
Why?
Because the Toastman wears a bacon robe?
Why do I suck so hard at fighting games?
Because you're a 10-year-old girl? In the world of competitive fighting games, you should be retired.
I can beat the CPU with no problem, but it's like all these online matches are just me getting fist in the face by some uber pro bag hell-bent on making me their
Watch the language.
You can't watch language, nipples.
What about subtitles?
Ah,
Schooled!
stop hitting me!
Maybe you should start an I Can't Fight Club. You know, find other players that suck so you can all suck together.
Ow!
The first rule of I Can't Fight Club is, I can't fight, don't hit me!
This guy is using my character as a f***ing hand puppet. Stop it!
Well, dude, you just keep using the same move over and over.
But it's Chin-Lu's super kick. It's supposed to knock him on his ass. But every time she lifts her leg, I get a yoga flame to the crotch. Look, he burned off her pubes, dude! Dude, holy crap, her is on fire! No, don't kill me! Ah! That's it. I'm a chart husk.
You know, you might want to try blocking next round.
Wait. You can block?
Oh, seriously?
Fucking butter rolls, man. Butter rolls with sloppy mangoes.
What is wrong with you?
I can smell the burnt pubes through the TV. Look away from the burning pubes.
Pizza. Oh my god. You figure, after all these years, we could still enjoy a simple slice of pizza with cheese and tomato sauce. But no.
Boom. All right. She'll be back. Hey. They won. Nice. Let's see. Okay, that's working. That's working. Q. All right. Dirt. What? Yoga flame. Boop. This thing. All right. If you have a Roku, a TCL, apparently they've been accused of bricking smart TVs through software updates. Ironically enough, we got an update for an Amazon TV, which really jacked it up. We fixed it, but we had to just do a whole factory reset and not sign in, essentially. So for our instance, right, it updated, took forever, which is always a bad sign. And it seemed to work fine, but then it would just shut down. Just randomly, like, yeah, no. And just turn off. And this happened numerous times. So we're like, all right, factory reset, basically wiped it as much as we could. And now it's a not so smart TV. Okay. Apparently, this is happening, of course, to other things as well. Who is doing this software? Like, who's making this software? Bring back dumb TVs, or at least don't connect smart TVs to the internet. If you can find a smart TV that works fine without the internet, absolutely take advantage of the lower price due to the subsidy by selling customer data. Just don't, connect it to the internet. What? Thank you. Yeah, I don't care that, Amazon knows that I watch Twitch constantly. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh man, he's been watching Shrug Buds for like 6 weeks in a row. It doesn't matter. Card battle. Nice. Giselle, you got a roll equal to or greater than. My God, we were just talking about you. Can you roll better than 11? That is better than 11. Congratulations. Pick a number, any number. What do you want? What? That'd be funny. Number 13. Something Sailor Moon happens. I don't think we had anything lined up for that, so boom, there you go. Oh, I needed that too. Nice. Boom. All right, cool. You won. Taking down tech support. I'm gonna have to make him sound like he's from Ohio. You know? Can you do better than 11? Go. No, Spooky. Thank you for the 3 months in a row. Thank you. My voice is still messed up. Yeah, so I don't know what the details are here. Extreme Tech. No, look into it. So I guess they were kind of bricked. There's usually a way to do a hard reset. Like you hold down a combination of buttons or some crap like that, that little pinhole. Isn't that weird that we still have tech that if you put like a paper clip in the hole to reset it, that's like from the 90s. Just give me a button that I can actually, do stuff with. Yeah. Supersize emote. Let's go. Thank you. Doot. Boom. All right. Be genuine. What is this for? Maybe we'll get to the whatever that is later. Strange Earth. Nah. What's going on here? As the cost of video games go up, survey shows gamers are no longer willing to pay full price. Are no fucking kidding. Josh, where you been? Come on, Josh. All right. Here's the interesting thing about that. All right. In case you hadn't noticed, video games are pretty expensive.
Destroy them all with kawaii
Shut
hugs
up.
and treats.
Oh, I see what you did. Thank you. The industry standard for new video game AAA studios is $70. It feels like any day now that could go up to $80, et cetera, et cetera. Words. Thanks, Josh. Icarus One. Nice. These are what? There's results. See, most people are no longer willing to pay full price for a video game. Let's find out why. Okay. All right. According to the results of an extensive study shared by games industry, we'll see. Conducted by the site's parent company, IGN. Oh, God. Of the thousands of people who took part of the study across multiple countries, including the US, UK, and Australia, 62% confirmed that they no longer pay full price for video games. 62%. All right, but this is where it gets interesting. The same study revealed that 71% of people no longer buy physical music. You bastards. Less surprising, right? But what's shocking is how close that number is to the percentage of people who no longer pay full price for games. People who buy their music physically are stereotypically considered to be almost extinct. Fuck you. This survey, I literally got the new Foo Fighters album. All right? I got a physical copy of it. Foo Fighters. All right? I didn't get their last album, though, so it's like I should probably pick that up. The survey suggests that there's only a 10% gap between the group of those still willing to cough up what studios are asking for a new release. Something you'd assume most are doing in the video game space. No, what are you fucking... Josh, please. All right, look at this. I love this headline. Now people recognize Gen X. Gen X are the least likely to still pay full price for new games. You're welcome. Look. Right here, most of the studies find that split into 3 age groups, Gen X, Millennials, and Gen Z. Turns out Gen Z are among the most likely to still pay full price for their games. Gen Z, 42% of you, really? Millennials aren't far behind with 38%. Millennials? Really? While Gen X are clearly the ones who drag that unwilling percentage up to 62%, with just 20% of those who took the survey still willing to pay full price for a video game. This is why Gen X was kind of cool. We're like, oh, $70 for a game? Well, guess what? Go fuck yourself. Like, that's what millennials... I know you look at everybody before you as boomers and stuff like that, but let's not forget Gen X, okay? Yeah? The most cynical and probably logical generation you're probably going to have in perpetuity. So appreciate them while they're around. It's hard to find physical music for anything indie. Yeah. Indie bands very rarely put out physical stuff because it's not cost effective. It's like Spotify, Bandcamp. That's it. You know? And it's not their fault either. It's just there's not a big market for it. You know, to put that kind of money and resources in a physical media, it's dicey. Yeah. As much as the continued rise of video game prices plays a role in that age breakdown suggests to me that how someone defines a full price game also factors in, even though the industry standard and the number gets thrown around is $70, not all games launched at that price. I think Gen X, you know, that would include me, would, even if it's a $10 game, would probably be like, you know what, we could get it for like $8, you know? Even if it's new, we'll be like, yeah, $8. Wait for sale. You know? That's it. But, okay, generally, you know, with the exception of, I guess, the millennials and Gen Z here, who apparently have money to spend, collectively, the gaming generations are just, full price is too much. And you didn't need a study. You could have just said, hey, anyone, are games too expensive? They'd be like, yeah. You know, and just that would have been it. That you didn't even need to do all this. Waiting for a sale replaces piracy for me. Yeah, pretty much. I'm that way. Yeah. I don't like pirating anything because, you know, granted, you know, we're not rich. So it's like, I do want to support devs, even if it's at a discount, you know, that kind of thing. Boop. So no, that's happening. What's this? Oh, there we go. All right. Yeah. Okay, we got two things. This is going to lead into a whole thing as soon as my face works. There you go. Okay. Transformers games are dominating Xbox's backwards compatibility wish list, which didn't load last time we tried to look at it. Xbox basically revived their backwards compatibility, which we mentioned last stream, but the website didn't, you know, show up. But apparently everybody wants Transformer games for some fucking reason on the backwards compatibility list. There's a lot of stuff. Activision published Transformers games on the Xbox 360. Okay, Activision did, but do they still have the license for it? There's your problem. There's your problem there. All right. So know that Xbox, in addition to their new startup sound and not putting AI/Copilot into their systems, they're revitalizing the backwards compatibility thing. So we got three good things happening in the Xbox ecosystem. All right. But what else is kind of cool about this? Boom. Found. Because this is an Xbox 360 game, right? Hellboy, The Science of Evil. DLC starring Bruce Campbell as Lobster Johnson. Bro, this was canceled DLC, but they found it. They found it. And the cool thing about this, right? Activision did great work with Transformers. I never played any of the games, so I wouldn't know. So I found it to be very surprising that they were like, yeah, bring back Transformers. They have a whole list we'll go through. But yo, they found this DLC somehow. There's two of them. And oddly, when the base game came out, there were 4 achievements tied to the DLC that nobody could unlock because the DLC was never released. But now, if you get this DLC, finagle it to work on your Xbox, which they tell you how to do, you can get the DLC, you can play it, and unlock those achievements. This is so cool about preservation people. You know, they actually give a shit. This is cool, dude. Prime subscription have been great for upping my GOG catalog. Oh my God, hasn't it? Yo, I think I have like 200 games in my GOG library now. You know, I did get the Elvira games. I wanted to play those. The old school Elvira games. I want to play those. Yeah. We got to do that one day. They were on sale. I got them. So this is kind of cool. And if nobody's ever played Hellboy, it's on the list for backwards compatibility with a whopping 35 votes. This is not a backwards compatible game, but it is on the list of games for people to try to backwards compatible. Okay. And that's this one. So it's an all right game. I mean, it's kind of like a button mashy beat 'em up kind of thing. It's got a story. It's Hellboy. Come on, dude. This thing over here, though, look, backwards compatibility. Where's the leaderboard? There you go. Loading the leaderboard. Is it going to work this time? There you go. Look at this. Everyone wants Transformers War for Cybertron, Fall of Cybertron, Simpsons Hit and Run, right? That's third. Yeah, everybody wants that game. Come on, dude. It's very underrated. Huh. Well, the Hellboy game. I do have a physical copy of that, thankfully. I didn't get to finish it because, life. But, so there's this, Simpsons, more Transformers, Devastation, Dark of the Moon? It's Dark of the Moon? Isn't it Dark Side of the Moon? All right. Need for Speed, Most Wanted, Transformers Revenge of the Fallen, Transformers the Game. Got it. Oh, Jet Set Radio Future. Let's go. Jet Set Radio Future. That was an exclusive for the original Xbox. It works on the 360, but not the Xbox One. Spider-Man Shattered Dimension, Spider-Man Web, Sonic Heroes, Deadpool. Dude, Deadpool was like, I think that was delisted too. So I don't know if you're ever going to see the light of day. So again, you can vote on this stuff if you're into Xbox. It's xboxgamepreservation.com. So you can sign in, goof around and try to, vote for all the games. I would Hellboy. Come on, man. It's only got 35 votes. Transformers are doing better than this. Come on, man. We need Hellboy for future generations. Come on. Yeah, Sonic Heroes too. So that's cool that they're bringing it back. I don't know how much they're going to do with it, but people have been vocal about Skylanders. Skylanders Giants. I played Skylanders Giants, and unfortunately my save file got corrupted. So I'm like, But I still have the physical copies. What else we got? Get rid of that. Boom. This thing. I need to know how this is possible. One Piece, right? Netflix is redoing the anime thing for some godforsaken reason. The One Piece remake will cram its first 50 chapters into 7 episodes.
Jet Set Radio, oh. Sorry, just needed to hear this live.
Yeah, it doesn't work well. It just goes, oh, the Jet Set Radio. Oh, man. Thank you. Look, 50 first chapters into 7 episodes. Now, the episodes are going to be like 40 minutes, but that is a lot. That is a lot to cram in there. They're up to like 1,000 something? How many chapters? Yeah, 1,200 chapters. They got a lot of material to work with. That's a lot. First 50 was over compressed already. Well, it's going to be even more compressed. It's going to be very compressed. So, it is going to run 300 minutes, supposedly. So it's, I don't know. I guess if people don't want to go back to the old anime or, read it, dude, 1,200, it ends up being one of those series that it's like, oh, I want to catch up on it, but there's so much of it, it's so hard to catch up on, So that's the problem. Sometimes it's better just start from scratch and be like, yeah, just focus on this one. Don't worry about the other stuff. 62% of hardcore players no longer buy full price games. Survey suggests that's what we just read. But look at this person. Look, they got a PS3 game. This must be like old stock photo, right? Oh, God. We already covered it. De Novo has been cracked in all single-player games it previously protected. Okay. You know how, if you don't know what the De Novo is, it's basically a kernel-level anti-cheat system, which is a bitch, okay? It doesn't need to be kernel-level. So apparently modders and hackers said, we don't like you. Well, we're going to get rid of you. So they hacked the hell out of it and destroyed it. So, good for them. Especially with single-player games. Come on, dude. Who cares if I'm hacking my own game to just be the best? I want to be the very best. Okay? Like, it's ridiculous. Get out of here, De Novo. Nobody likes you. So, I don't know. For people who want to spend the time and the wherewithal, then, look it up. Get rid of it. There you go. It was May the 4th. May the 4th. Okay. So they actually monitored Disney Plus to see what was the most streamed Star Wars content on Disney Plus on May the 4th. Okay, you had your Andor, Star Wars New Hope, Star Wars The Phantom Menace, Star Wars Empire Strikes Back, Star Wars Revenge of the Sith, Star Wars Attack of the Clones, Star Wars Return of the Jedi, Rogue One, A Star Wars Story, Star Wars Tales of the Underworld, which I didn't even know existed, and Star Wars The Clone Wars are the top 10. Guess what nobody fucking watched, Disney? Oh, what was that? Yes, the sequels. The sequels didn't even break the top fucking 10 of the most streamed Star Wars titles on May 4th. I don't even know what Tales of the Underworld is. What the fuck is that? What is it? Yeah, Mandalorian's not on there either. This is from quote-unquote Nielsen ratings, which I didn't even think was still a thing. Like, are they kidding me? All right, Disney, this should be an eye-opening experience for you, aside from you having your fingers in your ear and ignoring all the lamenting and angst that you've bestowed upon Star Wars fans who really love the franchise and them yelling at you about how you killed it with the first movie, Force Awakens, the second one, which I don't even remember what the hell it was called because it was so forgettable, and the third one, what the hell was that even called? Was that The Last Jedi? What was it? I noticed Force Awakens, I don't care, and then I don't remember. Like, how could a trilogy for a franchise that important be so forgettable? What did you do? Who did you talk to about this? And we mentioned this before, like George Lucas had a screening of The Force Awakens and was like, there's nothing new here. You're not pushing the technology forward. That was literally, they're like, you did nothing with this. That's bad. And they had Jar Jar in their movies, you know? Tells you Underworld is mobster, literally the Empire Syndicate underground. Oh, all right. So it's like Star Wars, the Underworld, that kind of thing. That's kind of cool. Disney doesn't know what good storytelling is anymore. Yeah, but when actors like, Mark Hamill are like, I think you're taking Luke Skywalker in the wrong direction. And J.J. Abrams like, well, don't worry about that. Hey, I'm all for ignoring actors and some of their insipid ideas, but when Mark Hamill speaks up, you might want what? Oh, no, I'll talk to him. Right? Come on, dude. Dude, this is unbelievable. Well, at least what's her face is out of there, right? Kathleen Kennedy, which everyone basically blamed for it. I don't know if they can fix the franchise, and I generally don't care. They've literally lost me as a fan of Star Wars because I don't care. Other notable metrics includes a 44.2% viewership for live-action films, 38.9% for live-action series, and 70% for animated shows, as well as demographic. Okay. Blah, 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 and they talk about it. Banana Guy, what's up? Yeah, so whatever. Nobody likes it. Nobody likes it. Sorry. All right, what's going on here? Oh, bro. A real WKRP radio comes to Cincinnati. There is a WKRP in Cincinnati. Decades after the sitcom, which, if you don't know, was a show called WKRP in Cincinnati, which dealt with a radio show. And what's cool about this is they deal with older music from like the 60s, 70s, and 80s, that kind of thing. So it is nostalgic on many levels now. There's a WKRP in Cincinnati. Bro, right? Yeah, I think there was a problem with licensing a lot of the music now, so you can rarely watch these episodes. I don't even know where they are there. The only Star Wars series I've been able to get into is the 1977 releases. Oh, it's the Mandalorian. Yeah, we watched the Mandalorian. It was all right. I saw a couple episodes.
Kathleen Kennedy's replacement was her protege. No hope for Star Wars at the moment.
Oh, protege. That just means like, well, maybe they were, that proteges were like, I can't wait until Kathleen Kennedy gets out of here so I can fix everything they fucked up. That's the only hope I have for that. You know, proteges is never good. Oh, I have my protege in. Oh, fuck. Yeah. God. I'm not happy about that. If they have a Dr. Love Show hour, I don't know that they would. I don't remember a lot about this. But yeah, music from the 60s and to the 80s with an emphasis on the 70s. So yeah, it's going to be like right in that time period. Hopefully they got some cool DJs that have that kind of sarcastic cynicism or shtick. Because that would be just bring it home, you know? That's good. Oh, I just thought it was interesting, weird stuff. This motherfucker, even in Funko toy form, this guy is still scary. One of the very few things that would scare me in movies was this guy. There was he looked like he was so close to death, and he was ominous as fuck. There's a guy from Poltergeist 2. What that was his name? Reverend something. Reverend Kane. This guy was just like banging on the door. You're all gonna die in there, like that kind of thing. He was. Who is him? Yeah, there you go, Reverend Kane. Poltergeist 2. If you've never seen it, look up the clip of this guy. He is very unsettling. He's like all teeth when he talks to people. And when he's talking to the little girl, that is super creepy. And then he's talking to the father and whatnot. And then he's just like roaming around, just being that like, you're all going to die. The house is evil. You know, that kind of thing. Very, very unsettling character. And very rarely do characters stick with me because of their unsettling presence. Yeah. It's like him and a guy that played the devil in like Constantine. Those are very two unsettling performances where I'm like, ooh, they just kind of make me like, I want to step back a little bit and be like, oh, God. So I do not need this toy in my life, but I wanted to point out some personal trauma that media has bestowed upon me in even Funko form. That's so unnerving. He is scary. What's going on? Thrift store hauls? Is that a clown? Okay, we'll just leave him there. What else we got here? Oh my God, dude, look. WoW installed. Look, 2004, dude. I got instant nostalgia. Bro, create your account. Those were the days, bro. Just click it. Create your account. I'm going to World of Warcraft. Even if they made him glow in the dark, still pass. Yep, still, even if it glows. I'll buy anything that glows in the dark except for him. What else did I got there? Old screens, recycle bin. Let's see. What got? What? Divx player. Good. ICQ. Steam. Old Steam. Look at that. StarCraft, World of Warcraft, Counter-Strike. Yeah, I see what you were doing. Wallpapers. You ever want to clean up this terror? There's just a JPEG that says terror. Oh, I'm curious. What else I got here? You got some little specs, more counterclocks. You got clan. You got some. Oh, look at that. You got some images there. You don't know what that is. Yeah, it's kind of cool. World of Warcraft. Maybe what? Phantasm movie series. Yeah, surprisingly not the same guy. I kind of liked Angus Scrim. You know, he was cool with the little guy. I didn't worry about him. He didn't make me unsettled. Not as much as the Reverend. Even though that guy was just like pure evil in those movies, I was like, he's all right. Yeah. Ventrilo. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Just it's weird seeing this because I haven't seen it in such a long time. But, all right. Nice trip down memory lane. Boop. Oh, for people like deck builders, build your deck. Go play with your deck. No, they got a Builders Fest, so a lot of card games are on sale. I do like card games, so I'll probably look at that at some point. I don't know. I don't want to buy anything because I probably have to get a phone. So, boop. What else we got here? Things I hate. There's just memes. We'll go into that later. Evil Dead Burn. Yo, there is a new trailer for Evil Dead, right? We mentioned this before, right? Evil Dead to me is Bruce Campbell. If it doesn't have Bruce Campbell, I generally don't care. I know it's sad, but I watched the trailer, right? It does look gruesome, dark, and weird, but I feel like it's a good horror movie. And, it's an Evil Dead movie, but it's not a Bruce Campbell Evil Dead movie. So, if you do have an interest in it, it doesn't look bad. I can't replay the trailer here because, YouTube gets all bent out of shape. July 10th. Wait, doesn't like the next Spider-Man movie come out July 10th? Come on, dude. You sent, or is that like the 20th, 24th? Like 2 weeks later or whatever? All right, well, we'll see. Trying to figure out what gameplay I want with my card game. Making the card is the easy part. Yeah, it was weird. When we put together our card game, we were working on it, and oddly enough, it was we didn't put a lot of emphasis on worrying about mechanics because we were just making it up as we were going along, and it somehow clicked and worked, which is weird. Again, we still got to do some play testing and stuff, but it seems pretty good. I'll give you details once it's done. Maybe it'll help. Probably not. You probably got better ideas than we do. What else is going on here? Hocus Pocus 3. It's officially in the works. It was rumored. When 2 came out, they're like, we're going to start working on 3. And it never really happened. Nobody confirmed anything, blah, blah, blah. But going to get another Hocus Pocus 3. But, I mean, why not? It's spooky stuff. You know? Why not? I mean, I'm not getting Disney Plus for it. It's just, no, there'll be a Halloweenish movie out there. So, what? Dude, Brett Midler had a lot of fun in the second one. You could tell they were having fun. These ones were all right. But this one particularly, they had a lot of fun with that. Yeah. Boop. So, know what's happening. I don't know when it's going to come out, but there you go. Boop. We got toys. Do I want to look at toys? Nah, what do we got? The Long Goodbye. What is this? Oh, Devo. Somebody tell Mr. Lobo. Devo's doing their farewell tour. Yeah, dude, remember Devo? We Are Devo. Yeah. Also X, too. They're like a punk band from back in the day, California kind of thing. Yeah. Old. So, yeah. They're basically, they're on the way out. It's the changing of the guard. You know, the thing about, the concept of the changing of the guard, it's like, that's when you have those bands that were very iconic at some point, but then, influenced so many other bands, and those bands became great, and then somebody eventually reclaims that weirdness that is Devo and moves on and carries the torch. Nobody's fucking done that. Devo is still probably one of the weirder bands that I've listened to in my life. That and The Residents, but like nobody's taken up that and been as impressively creative. So, it's sometimes there are those bands that are just so unique that's it. That's where it begins and ends. I'm still waiting for the successor to like Mindless Self-Indulgence. That band was freaking off the wall. I had to start making my own music. But like I haven't found anything similar to that and something that chaotic yet melodic. Daft Punk, no. Daft Punk is not Devo. No way. They're not. I mean, they're good for what they are, but they're not Devo. I mean, just because they got helmets on doesn't really. Oh God. What's going on here? Odyssey. What's going on? Mortal Kombat. I didn't look at any of this. What is this? Oh, here we go. The Pokemon section. Oh God. Frank Zappa. Yeah, Frank Zappa was weird, but they were the same time period. I'm saying I want to find that young, fresh band that's out there now that's like, we were heavily inspired by Devo. What's to your point? Whatever, can't replaceables, but agreed. Yeah. Boop. There we go. Pokemon trading card game vending machines being pulled amid scalper drama. Okay. I thought this was like a really good thing because they had Pokemon vending machines for cards. I immediately thought people were breaking them and stealing all the stuff. But these things, the notices did not say kiosk are going away altogether, but many Pokemon fans feel the writing is on the wall. Kiosks were meant to answer the problem of an unstable resale market. Some Pokemon machines implemented strict purchase limits, discouraged loitering, and were programmed to dole out new packs periodically rather than making it available all at once. Right? That's a lot of program to do for fucking pieces of cardboard. But In theory, these rules could help give average people a real shot at buying Pokemon products in high demand. Right? I don't know why these things are still in high demand. I don't know why there's such a fervor over it, but apparently there was these machines, and I don't know if they're going to be around. Removed from select retail locations. I feel like somebody broke into them repeatedly. The kiosk just encourage loitering and make the second it goes live the optimal time. Yeah, I guess. But so no, there's going to be a few less kiosks in the world of Pokemon cards, but GameStop starts selling $5,000. Hold on. All right, you got to roll equal to or greater than 7. $13. All right, beautiful. Pick a number, any number. What do you want? La la. La la. E. Do. If you can't think of a number, could always do random. Bump. Ba bum bum. Let's see what we got. Number 18. All right, let's see what we got. Boom. Rolls 20. Boo. Got it. Nice. Ooh, that got me another one. Nice. Cool. It works out in everybody's favor. Beautiful. Boop. Except for Pokemon. Oh, God. All right. GameStop started selling $5,000 Pokemon packs right after its baffling eBay bid. We mentioned, the Pumpkin did, that GameStop was going to make an offer for eBay to buy eBay. Now, GameStop needs to raise $56 billion in order to afford its proposed acquisition. How the hell are they doing that? Nobody knows. They don't have the money. Okay? We discussed this. Surprisingly, GameStop is evaluated as a $11 billion company. How? I have no fucking idea. Okay. But eBay right now is evaluated as a $44 billion company. Now, GameStop wants to pay $56 billion for the company. They're coming up a bit short. Okay. So I guess they're trying to Pikachu out of their way out of this. $5,000 Pokemon packs. Okay. Okay, GameStop sells something called Power Packs. For those who don't know the short of it, let's just read it. It's probably very succinct. Let's say. GameStop sells something called Power Packs, which are bundles of Pokemon cards that come in different tiers. The higher the tier, the better the chances the pack will contain a high-value card. Loot box, basically. Critically, GameStop itself decides what a pack contains. Power packs might sound shady, but the alternative is paying 3 to 5 times the manufacturer's suggested retail price for any given Pokemon trading card game product. So you now have GameStop making loot crate packs, right? That, oh God, let me just keep reading. Previously, GameStop sold power packs in tiers ranging between $25 and $2,500. If a customer pulled something good, GameStop offered instant buybacks. In other words, if you got a Charizard, they'd be like, okay, we'll buy it back from you. I'll give you $20, right? That kind of thing. Supposedly, their buyback rates were pretty good, but they're always making money on it. You know what I'm saying? So GameStop does not offer market value for the resold cards, but the retailer does get rid of all the busy work of selling and packaging high-value cards. Now, the entire scheme is about to get even richer for GameStop thanks to a new $5,000 Neutronium Power Pack. Sounds fancy. Tell me more, GameStop. On a page highlighted the possible cards a customer can pull from the Neutronium GameStop displayed chase cards worth anywhere between $26,000 and $68,000. Bitch, you got those cards? You sell those and make your $56 billion. Not offering retail value? Why would I ever? Right. All of these high-value cards, which include things like Charizard and Pikachu Grails, are already graded either PSA 9, okay, or PSA 10. The catch is that GameStop customers only have a 0.4% chance of ripping a pack that is worth over $40,000. 44% of all Neutronium packs are estimated to be worth somewhere between $3,000 and $4,000, according to GameStop. So essentially, they're making $1,000 off of every, who the fuck is buying, a $5,000 pack, right? So $1,000 to $2,000 per pack. Now, if somebody gets a $40,000 card, you know, they could sell it back to GameStop probably for 35 grand, honestly, right? Honestly, they'll give you money, but not all of it. So then they put it back into a pack, right? And remember, this happens all digitally, by the way. This happens all digitally. Okay, so they have a digital bank of the cards you won that you could cash out if you want, and then they send you the cards. It sounds shady as fuck. It really does. All right, I'm not a gambler, whatever. If I want cards, I'll buy a box of cards, and I will open packs. That's how I gamble. I don't do this digital sleight of hand shit, okay? I don't do that. So, this bothers me so much. Notably, since GameStop included pre-sealed booster packs, the company could theoretically say a power pack is worth considerably more than what the pack actually contains. A vintage Pokemon pack can be sold for thousands of dollars, but that value is essentially Schrodinger's Pikachu. The value comes from not knowing what's inside. Once it's open, there's a high probability the vintage pack turns out to be worthless compared to what it would fetch while scaled. Another consideration that there's no way to see a package card's condition, which matters when a card's value is determined by entities like PSA. Add into detail that GameStop takes a fee from every transaction on this platform, and power packs start feeling like a racket. Yes, it does. Yet, it appears to be paying off for the retailer, which announced in 2025 that it would be going all in on collectibles. Purchasing eBay, one of the major platforms where collectibles are sold, would give GameStop even more data and control over the market. You see where that's going. Oh, God. To get there, GameStop has to raise billions first. We know that the company already has a war chest worth a few billion, and that the retailer has been promised an additional $20 billion from a bank. Oh, God. You getting the banks involved? Even with all that cash in hand, GameStop still needs many more billions to pay. You're not going to be able to make that. The decision to launch 5,000 power pack a day after the disastrous interview in which CEO Ryan Cohen struggled to explain where the money would come from. Sure has curious timing. There you go. Adam 1. Nice. Yeah, I heard there was a thing where he kind of had a bit of a meltdown about like being asked where the money's coming from. So, yeah, I guess that's the rest of the story. All right. So, please do not let GameStop buy eBay because that's going to fuck everything up. That is good, and it is going to cause so much market chaos, especially with Pokemon collectors, because I don't want everything I sell on eBay to go to GameStop. I honestly don't. I want GameStop to close the fuck up because they've been ripping people off, in my opinion, for decades. Okay? They barely sell games anymore. I don't even know how they function. Last time I walked in there, and I've said this before, it was gamer swag and Funkos. I don't go to GameStop for that. I want some physical games, not the little discount bin of, roached out discs that have been dragged behind a bicycle. Yeah. GameStop buys eBay, it'll be the death of eBay as we know it. It's going to be chaos. I don't think they're going to be able to do that. I don't think they'll have the money for it. Even with the $5,000 packs, I don't think there's that many. I don't. Thank you. I don't think. Hold on. I'm trying to make sure my foot doesn't get stuck in a fan. There's only so many whales out there that are going to plunk down $5,000 a pack. I mean, if I was like Elon, if I had Elon money, yeah, I'd buy a couple packs, see what happens, you know? I'm like, but I mean, that it's insane. You get 2 packs, that's a used car. Again, Pokemon scalpers are even stealing Target's displays now. What the fuck is going on? This is the weird thing. This should be the what the fuck is going on with Pokemon area of things. This is a like 30-year-old franchise. Congratulations, been around that long. Hey, thanks for the follow. Chaos Knight, hi. They're stealing Target displays? Pokemon fans are no better than animals, one Target team member wrote. Look at this. When people say they collect Pokemon cards now, what they really mean is that they go into retail stores over and over again only to walk away with nothing. Being okay with leaving stores empty-handed is critical in a hobby where people bring inflatable mattresses to get in line at 4 a.m. Scalpers who make a living off of Pokemon products aren't nearly as willing to take an L, though resellers have become such a problem that retailers like Target may need to bolt items down. Right? May 2nd was Pokemon Day at Target, and the retailer celebrated by launching a new line of Pocket Monster products like clothing and toys. Many stores also decorated for the occasion by lining up in front of the store with giant Pokemon balls, putting displays on blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay, the only thing that should have been left in the standees that denote Pokemon merchandise areas. That's basically the standees. They should have been left there. Should is the operative word because resellers are taking displays from stores now too. On sites like Facebook Marketplace and eBay, there are plenty of listings showing cardboard cutouts of characters like Pikachu, Charizard, and Eevee going for hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. Hey, I got a Psyduck cutout from a display from like the 90s. They were just going to throw it out. And I'm like, hey, can I have the Psyduck? They're like, all right, I got it. Is that worth thousands of dollars now? And yet nobody plays the trading card game. Yeah, I think it's just collecting now. This is what happened when geek culture hits normies. Honestly. God. Characters like Pikachu, Charizard, and Eevee going in for hundreds, if not $1,000. Some people have even managed to leave Target with the enormous backdrop displays on the shelves. How these flippers accomplished the theft without being stopped is anyone's guess. Because Target employees aren't getting paid enough. Okay, that's how. While the situation has become a meme for bewildered onlookers, for Target workers, it's a small nightmare. Some workers say that they've only encountered people who have asked for permission to take the displays. Just go.
I heard from someone who worked in Walmart that they had to place the Pokemon cards in a lockbox in the electronics section because people were buying a bunch of them at once and even breaking the boxes to steal them. Sure enough, I verify it and was surprised to be true.
Oh, I'm not surprised at all. Like, I feel like that should be standard practice now because these... I get it, man. You got to scalp stuff and make money and stuff like that. But, this is supposed to be a game for kids who want to play with their other friends, you know? And now it's like, Dad, can we get some Pokemons for Christmas? Oh, well, I guess I got to check eBay, $5,000 a box. Come on, guys. God. Let's see. Some workers say they've only encountered people who have asked for permission to take the display, just as many as their displays have been stolen, or say that the marketing materials have ruffled feathers with customers. Okay. I had someone argue with me that we were just going to throw them away so they could take it. That's when you're like, okay, here's the thing. If you touch this display, you're going to be a thief, and we're going to call the cops. So you know what? If we do throw it out, guess what? Wait by the trash bins. Okay? Wait till the garbage. Go. And even then, that's private property when it comes to stores like that. One alleged Target employee wrote on the store's dedicated subreddit, I ended up... Go.
Am going to sleep, wake up at 3 a.m. Come soon.
Later. I'm not going to... 3 a.m.? Why are you going to wake up at 3 a.m.? Oh, if you're going to bed, get some sleep. Wow. Shouldn't even be up this late. Jeez. Thank you. What else? Okay. I ended up having to call my TL up to check lanes to tell the guest what? To tell the guest because they wouldn't listen to me. What? Look at this. What is happening? Why? It's just Pokemon. It's just Pokemon. I know you're a fan of it and stuff like that. Now, are the people who are buying this actual fans or are they just scalpers? That's the question I have here because, you know, I wonder, okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing about that. There was a time when we worked in record stores, right? And I've mentioned this before, but for those who haven't heard it, when a new album would come out, right? Record companies would send out their little interns to go to a bunch of record stores and buy up multiple copies of whatever new release they wanted to chart, right? So like, say Mariah Carey came out with an album, right? And we were there at one point. This bro bought about 50 copies of some freaking Mariah Carey album because it was brand new. And, you know, I'm like, there's a lot of Mariah Carey. He's like, yeah. Didn't give me any more details, stuff like that. Eventually, you know, one of the people who've worked there longer, they're like, yeah, you know what? Record companies send out people to buy up all these things in record stores so it charts on the billboards. Because, you know, they do the sound scan thing so they can see how many things were sold. So it looks a lot more impressive when they sell a couple of thousand more copies or millions maybe at that point. And everything charts. So it says it gives the impression that it's important, that it's trending and everybody likes it. Now, let's play a pokey conspiracy here. Do you think that, say, a company that is heavily invested in Pokemon would maybe send out people to buy up all the merchandise and create this fervor so they can sell their cards at a crazy price or just sell out all their cards, create all this hype and stuff, and keep perpetuating a 30-year-old franchise? It's rare that a franchise is around that long and still pulls this in this kind of money. It's very rare. So I'm wondering if there is some background strings being pulled or if this is still a legit phenomenon. Because I know people, and I know some people that are into Pokemon, but not like this, right? All I want for Christmas is inflated sales numbers. It's an actual thing. Like, it's weird. And I can only imagine that they do that. I'm sure there's overinflated plays from record companies that do that, probably with movies that are trending and you don't know why, because somebody probably set up a view farm. You know, so it's been happening even in physical media days. Like people would just buy up, and I've seen it happen a couple of times. There was the Mariah Carey thing. There was some, what the hell was it? Was it Weezer? I forget which Weezer album it was. Well, I mean, they bought like 10 copies. That seems a little bit more reasonable, as if they were giving them for gifts or something. But who the hell knows? And then some other pop person that I completely forget about. But right. The thing is, if that practice was happening back then, who knows what's happening now? And that's why I'm a little befuddled and perplexed about the fervor behind Pokemon right now. And hey, I'm first gen. I grew up first gen with Pokemon, stuff like that. I liked it, and then it turned into chaos, too much shit, and I'm just like, I don't need 1,000 Pokemon. I don't care what they're doing. Just give me my Psyduck and Pikachu, and I'll run around and have fun. I don't care how popular it is, either like it or don't. Yeah, and I'm on the same boat. It's like, if you like it, great. But I feel like I think my main problem is all the stories that I hear about this. It now seems like a very toxic thing to get into. Right. And I feel like it almost hurts the franchise. And for all the stuff that, admittedly, like a lot of these companies are trying to do to, limit the sales of cards, make sure people don't buy full on pallets of these things. I feel like it's created a very frustrating and toxic scalper / fandom thing where it's I would be so frustrated being a big fan of Pokemon right now. You can never get the cards, can't get the merch. You basically, well, I guess I could play the trading card game on my phone. Yay. But that's about it. And I would be constantly disappointed every time I go to a store and these are the shelves that I see. And then you're like, well, why am I even doing this? Why bother? And, same happens with Magic the Gathering to a certain extent. Like, people buy up cards and try to scalp them. Are there really that many scalpers? Where are they getting all this fucking money to buy, like, thousands of dollars of Pokemon cards? Didn't the credit card company, like, cut them off at some point? Or they just don't care? Like, it's ridiculous. Pokemon Go got weird? Yeah, I stopped playing that after a while because I was getting a bit obsessive, and because I had fun with it. It was cool because I was doing more walking, but then it was frustrating because the connection for our area was dreadful. And then even within that, even Pokemon Go, anytime I tried to do a gym, we had one gym at that place, and there was just that one person. You take over a gym, they would instantly take it over. They literally lived by it, and that's all they did is look at the phone. It became toxic and just not fun. You're just sitting there all day. Okay, I gotta try to take it over again. I'm like, this is stupid. I'm wasting so much time. It's not. I don't feel like it's a very fun hobby now. For people. I mean, maybe it is. They'll probably enjoy. Oh, cool! Like I found a box, even though all the scalpers got it. Is D&D still a thing these days? Yeah, as long as you have a bunch of celebrities sitting around playing it. No, it's like that kind of bothers me too, And they may actually be like actual legit fans and stuff, and that's fine, but I don't like the what's the term of it? I know when it becomes a little bit too mainstream, it's like celebrities who do it. And I'm just like, and I say web celebrities, it's different. But I don't know. It's if you're a fan of weird stuff, like, back in the day, Pokemon was considered weird. Pokemon, D&D, Magic the Gathering. It's weird because you want more people to play it, but then everybody plays it. And you're like, well, this is fucking ruined. So you understand why there's those gatekeepers out there that are like, please don't fucking play Pokemon. Don't play Magic the Gathering. Could you get the fuck out of my D&D campaign? Because you want it to be what it was, kind of in its purest form where you're playing it, it's a little competitive, but you're still having fun and stuff like that. You don't want to deal with scalpers and all this other BS, then having all these shows about, D&D and it becomes annoying. It's like when you like a metal song and then normies start singing along to it and you're like, oh, what is this fucking dead? Metallica. What else we got here? James Cameron. Oh, God. James Cameron wants to give his 40-year-old sci-fi thriller masterpiece a controversial upgrade. Basically 3D. They want to take Aliens, the re-release, and make it 3D. Stereoscopic shit. That might be kind of fun. There's a sweet spot for quirkiness. Yeah. That is a good point. There is a sweet spot for quirkiness, and once it gets too overblown, and that happened with Magic the Gathering. They changed the rules, and it became ridiculous. Happened to Warcraft. Like Warcraft was fucking difficult, and then they normiized it. Where everything was so you leveled so quickly. When I played it like later, I had all my characters, blah blah blah. I started a new character, started doing all the low level things. Bro, I leveled up mad fast. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. Where's the challenge? When I got my first mount, it was an accomplishment. Now it's like they just hand them to you. Here you go. People think if it's a critical mass, it's time to gatekeep, lock it back down. Yeah, but I think it's too late for Pokemon. There's too much money to be made. Yeah, I don't think any company would want it to be locked down because it's it's still a weird cultural phenomenon. Like, and that's impressive for a 30-year-old franchise. It really is. Predator vs. Aliens pick what? Picture peak. It's peak, man. Some directors just can't stop futzing with their own work. Futzing? George Lucas may be the most famous tinkerer. Okay, blah, blah, blah. So basically, this guy wants to do a 3D movie of it. Cameras, blah, 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 whatever. Aliens, creature time, blah, 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 blah. I don't know. If he wants to do a 3D version of it, who cares? What does it matter? If he's just throwing stereoscopic on there and going back in and make sure it works. I don't know. Whatever. I generally don't care. If I got the old one, it's fine. I'll watch the old one, dude. So, will it require glasses for the 3D effect? I'm assuming it's stereoscopic. But stupid food. I'm not looking at it, but here we are. Oh, I got some IRL ones. Yeah, let's laugh. Haha. Look at this. This is funny. This is funny. Look, back in university, a girl mocked my presentation one time, so I searched for her group and asked the topic they were presenting on. I spent 4 days researching on it and asked her so many questions like it was common knowledge that she cried. Stay blessed, precious one. That is awesome. That is hilarious to me. Where it's like, somebody's just going to, mess with you and mock your presentation. So you go out of your way to figure out what they're doing. And then you're the person in the audience asking, like, quote unquote, simple questions that they should know, that they literally burst into tears. They literally broke them. That's pretty good. I don't know. I do have a bit of a dark side that appreciates a good vengeance story. Yeah. How do you not have bingo? I don't know. What'd you do? What'd you do wrong? What gods have you offended? What do we got? Can we call anything? Doodles on stream. Bad coffee? No. TJ Power, roll the 1. Spicy card battle? Fancy card battle? Yeah, there's not much I can even fudge here. Weird. All right. So that's funny. Boop. Dog owners. Oh, I prepped for months to adopt. Cat owners. I found them in the trash. Dude, this is where most people get their cats. Trash kitty. No, when you get a dog, people go through a lot of research. When we were thinking about getting a dog, we did so much research, we didn't know what dog breed to get. We wanted something that was derpy and fun, but wanted to kind of laze around, have a little bit of energy, but not too much. And then didn't want something that had separation anxiety. Not that I go anywhere, but, also something that was going to be hypoallergenic for Dawn because she always gets allergies, blah, 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 blah. You know what, cat? Cats generally follow you home. They're like, you seem all right. Where are you going? You going to your home? Okay, that's where I live now. Yeah. Pomeranian? No. Every Pomeranian I've ever met, and it's probably because of the owner who sucked, they were yippy little nippy, I'm going to gnaw your hand off just because I can. They had that small dog syndrome, and that's because most people treat small dogs like small dogs, and that's usually the problem. I feel like I would go with a Brussels Griffon because they're kind of derpy, right? They're scrappy looking. They're like the Nick Nolte of dogs, They're somewhat intelligent. They are a little clingy, so I'm going to worry about that. And they have energy, but not too much. Plus, they're hypoallergenic. There's a soft coat and a wired coat. So, because I'm partial to like pugs and bulldogs and those kind of dogs. Anything with that mushed in face. A black cat is named Shadow. Nice. There you go. Or Shadow. I'm gonna assume you meant Shadow. Our dog now keeps our cat companies. Nice. I had a cat that went to a different house sometimes. It came home with a collar once. What? They got 2 owners, probably getting twice the food. Our Pomeranian is normal. She'll try to lick you. That's about it. But she's a big Pomeranian. Oh, so she don't got the complex. You ever drink an iced coffee so strong that for like 4 minutes you have hope? I love this because I totally get that. I've had coffees that are so strong that I'm like, things are good. And then it wears off and I'm like, oh, fucking shit. Fucking prick bastards. Deal with this garbage. Yeah, that kind of thing. But yeah, this is coffee drinkers will get this. Like, it's a thing. I kind of want more coffee right now, but I'm trying to be good. All right. Mushed in face can cause problems with breathing. Yeah, the hydrocephalic. Yeah. We have literally analyzed the skull structure of short-faced dogs so we could determine whether it would be an issue or not. That's like, I can look at a dog and figure out whether it's going to be an issue. That is how much research we've done. I'm fucking psychotic when I get on a topic. It's ridiculous. No, there was like a couple that we saw. I'm like, no, that skull structure, blah, blah, blah. It should be a little bit more boxy square. That nose shouldn't be, pushed in that much. That's going to be a problem, And there are, bulldogs, French bulldogs, Boston Terriers, Brussels Griffons. There are healthy versions of them that generally won't have those breathing issues, the luxating patella and all that stuff. But you have to be aware of what those structural integrities are before you're like, yeah, I'm going to get that one. Yeah. And if you love the dog, who cares? It's just, you got to make sure your wallet loves the dog as well, because you get a bulldog, that's a money pit right there. Not only are they expensive to begin with, and you can never find them for just regular adoption, those medical bills are going to be high. They're going to be stupid high. Psychobot, John, best John. Yep. Look at this. The standard position of a person who solves other people's problems. Everybody who's the computer guy, they know. You're the computer person, that's your arms all the time. All the time. You just gotta hunch over a desk, tell somebody to get the hell out of the way. Yeah, just move your chair over. And then you're like, oh, all right, whatever. Yep, called over to look at this. Yeah. Hey, what? My computer's doing something weird. Oh. You can almost hear the disgruntled frustration in this picture. I have to do this like several times a day, too. Oh, God. That's classic. I like that. Yeah, it's easier to do it myself. You can never explain it. It's impossible, And unfortunately, if you're a tech person and you try to explain it to somebody, inevitably, after a while, you're just like, just let me do it. And that's all you can do. Just get out of the way. Let me do it. I'll fix it. Go. And because you telling them, 90% of the time, it never sticks. If they're older, if they're not tech savvy, if it's something that they're not familiar with, it never sticks, and they never want to take the time out to actually learn it. And then you're just sitting there going, oh my God, because it then becomes a reoccurring problem. And then you get that call. Yeah, remember when it was doing that thing? Well, it's doing it again. And I saw what you did, but I don't remember what you did. So could you do what you did the last time so it doesn't do this? Then you're back in this position. I'm a pro. The computer fixes itself when I'm halfway. We're almost there. Yeah, we've gotten to that point where if Don has an issue and we walk in, it magically fixes itself. It knows I will virtually beat it if it gets out of line. It's like, oh, Dad's here. I'll be good. This face too. How I look at someone when they ask what I'm doing, but they can clearly see what I'm doing. What you doing? There's always been that moment where you're doing something that is clearly obvious. Mopping a floor, folding laundry, and then somebody's like, what you doing? And then you either give them the look or, respond with something sarcastic, like folding laundry. What are you doing? I'm studying for my driving test. Just, like, what the fuck? God. My answer is always plotting revenge. Plotting revenge. It looks like plotting revenge face, too. I'll get you. I'll get you one day. Boop. Look, me. Cut my nails. The tasks 3 minutes later. This is also true. This happens every time I cut my nails. Every time. And I got to cut them a lot because I'm a vampire. They grow quick. Every fucking time. I always get to that point where I got that perfect nail that can pry open anything. They're strong. They're not brittle. They're like little whatever bars. What do you call it? Crowbars. They're little crowbars that can pop open anything. I cut those things and it's all over. All the stuff stays locked for at least 3 days until my nails grow back. Yeah. Dawn's like, can you open this? I'm like, I can't. I can't. My nails. She's like, what? You're going to break it? I'm like, no, they don't exist. Knife would work for at least 3 of those tasks. Yeah, but that means you got to, go into the kitchen drawer that's probably cluttered with like postage stamps and other junk that you don't use. Boop. My dreams be like, you seem stressed. Would you prefer to lose all your teeth tonight or return to high school? Why don't dreams realize you're fucking stressed and say, here's a nice dream to relax you in your sleep? This is always the case. Every time I go to bed and I'm fucking stressed, which is 100% of the time, I always have these blood-curdling nightmares of death, doom, destruction, and smoldering eye sockets of death. All right? So why can't I just get the nice fluffy kitten stuff,
28 moons. How's everyone doing?
We're doing all right, with the exception of our dreams. How you doing? 28 moons, thank you. Mazo, I appreciate it. Thank you. So this is really frustratingly cerebral to me. You figure it would balance out, Kind of like, let me get a less brighter version of this. When your body starts complaining that you're doing stuff? Because you and Dawn were talking about this. Dawn's got carpal tunnel. Now, you figure the way evolution should work, right? You're having stress. It gives you a nice, relaxing dreams to kind of balance that out. So you don't wake up, in a cold sweat, dreading waking up. Dawn's got carpal tunnel. Now, you figure with all the gaming that they do, all the mouse and keyboard stuff, your body would adapt. And it'd be like, this is what we're doing. Kind of like when you lift weights, should get stronger, right? It should definitely get stronger. Doesn't happen with carpal tunnel. Doesn't happen with gamers. You hold a controller. I guess you're going to get carpal tunnel here. Okay. Well, let me do mouse and keyboard. I guess we'll give you tennis elbow. Give you golfer. Why doesn't your body adapt to that? Why doesn't your body say, you know what? You are gaming. You're going to get gamer arm. But in a good way, not like in the detrimental, you might need a cortisone shot or surgery sort of way. Kind of like, if you're sitting in front of a computer all day, your back shouldn't ache. It should be like, this is what we do now. Let's get strong and be able to do this more. No, it's just like, I guess we're not moving. And let's do some spine compression and whatever. You don't need to feel your leg, right? That sciatic nerve thing, you're okay with that, right? Whatever. You don't need to feel that leg. You're not moving it. You're in front of a desk all day. Don't worry about it. It's stupid, okay? I don't know. Body needs to get good, all right? We need an upgrade. So stupid. Comfort increases by 200% in corners. This is true. We are corner people, all right? We are corner people. I have a funny story about corners, okay? It's a little bizarre, but it's kind of funny. But that's the body not being designed to handle it the same way. Carpal tunnel, tennis elbow, those are nerve damage. No. The body should compensate for that. Body should be like, you know what? We're putting an extra strain on our nerves. Hey, let's adapt these muscles to protect those nerves. That's what it should do. It should, but it don't. And I don't know why. It's a silly body. Silly physiology. Physiology. Physiology would be a good name for a soda brand. One of those probiotic ones. Physiology. You're pretty good. Muscles get stronger because they grow back stronger. Your carpal tunnel just gets more swollen. Yeah. I want it to be unswollen. There you go. We are corner people. No matter where we go, diner, wherever, McDonald's, just anything, I like to be in a corner. Mainly because I don't want anybody sneaking up on me. Okay, I've had enough of that in my life. There was this weird-ass conversation about corners that we had. Dude's in art school, right? You went to a little art school, right? We had life drawing, right? We had life drawing, and we would always set up in the corner, right? All the time. Just set up in a corner. That's where our easel was when we would draw from the models and all this other stuff. In the corner. Right? We would get this routine model that would be there. They would pose naked and all stuff like that. And we would draw the human body and all that other stuff. One day, this lady, during her break, kind of puts clothes on. Kind of. Not really. Literally walks up to you. And she's like, you just hang out in the corner a lot, don't you? You're like, try making eye contact. Congratulations, because everything was hanging out. And they weren't like one of those life models that are generally not great looking. They were decent. Okay? Made eye contact the whole time. And you're like, yeah, I kind of like the corner. You know, it's comfortable, you know? And she starts going into this whatever mystical thing about corners being magical. She's like, you know, corners are very magical. And went on this, I don't want to say rant, but this overly informative and enthusiastic / bouncy, like, oh my God, let me tell you about corners. Like there was things happening. Kept eye contact. Good job. And it was like 7 minutes of over exuberant bounciness about corners. And you're just there, almost dumbfounded, which is hard to do for him. Okay. Because he's seen a lot of crap, but bouncy models talking about the magical aspects of corners is not something we'd ever think we'd have to encounter. But it's art. It's art schools. Everybody's fucking weird, apparently. You know? You were almost normal by comparison, you know? But everybody else was talking about the mystical properties of corners and the, holistic, properties of cadmium red. I'm like, what the fuck is happening here? You know, so eventually the instructor had to kind of delicately pull her away from the mystical corner and, whatever. But it was, she was very chummy thereafter. No, we didn't date them, but we learned how to make eye contact very well. I'm going to say that was a trial by fire. I'm telling you. Yeah, all our bits and pieces stayed where they needed to be. Nothing went out of place. We were as professional as we could be, and totally crap. That was a thing. Cadmium will love you till it hurts, right? Yeah, don't use cadmium red. Apparently, it's bad. I don't know. Art schools are weird. But oh, speaking of broken backs, look, nowadays my entire body just randomly adds pain like it's a software update. Much like software updates just add pain to your computers. This is weird that this is a painting, right? Like just waking up, oh, my back. Like who said, you know what? This needs to be captured in oils. Oh, that's weird. That's what I get out of this. But yeah, it is true. Age catches everyone. Also type 1, fiber cartilage starts to become type 3. What? Trying to compensate. Problem is they can overcompensate and do damage. Also, just in general, is telomere. I don't even know what a telomere is. Just get worse mid-wires. You can get age because of the cells. Yeah, the cells are stupid. Cell breakdown is dumb. Like, oh yeah, we're just not going to work. Huh? I just know the exposure leads to pain. Japan found out the hard way. Yep. Did barely help upgrade or DLC. Ah. All right, what do we got here? Oh, yeah. When I have to keep removing my headphones because someone keeps talking to me. This is pretty accurate, again. I like have headphones on, and granted, I physically can't listen to a lot of music now, but when I have headphones on, it is literally like somebody putting a hot match in my eyeball if they're interrupting whatever the hell it is I'm doing. Headphones is that, that spot. And people are like, hey, let's talk. Oh, God. Yeah, you just sit there and you grin, but every once in a while I have a death stare. It depends on the day you get me. Now, there's somebody at a supermarket that asked me a question, and I literally turned around with such a glare, and I didn't even realize it, but they were like, oh, my God, I'm sorry to interrupt you. And I'm like, yeah. They're like, oh, could you get something off the top shelf? And it's like I had to reboot my I have to interact with humans kind of thing. I'm like, yeah, all right, I'll get it. They're like, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm just, I get into a mode and stuff like that. Oh, God. I can hear through my earbuds, but I don't mention that to others. Yeah. What I don't like is we got those, they were on sale, those Shocks ones. The bone conduction ones. They're adequate for open ear headphones. But I don't like being able to hear everything else and trying to listen to music, because then it's like I'm doubling down on the audio exposure and it just messes things up. I would like just to shut off everything, but it's so difficult to do that. Yeah. Do we leave the stupid food for the pumpkin or what? What is this? I don't know. I got chicken. Whatever. Oh, be genuine. There you go. Here we go. Let's talk about being genuine here. That's the one I want to get back to. This thing. Does anyone feel like they've taken the advice of just be your genuine self, acted on it, and regretted it so many times to the point that when you hear that advice, there's a knee-jerk nausea in your stomach? What's your experience being your genuine self and regretting it? ? Now that you've regretted it, what are your rules of behavior so you're not fake, but also not too out there? This is the thing, I don't feel like anybody should put on an act for everybody, because we've all been growing up, just be yourself. Everyone tells you, just be yourself. But then when you are yourself, people complain about it. So then what is it? Like, I'm getting mixed signals here. Getting mixed signals. Telomeres are armed with DNA, protects the degradation, degrades the age, eventually DNA takes up the damage, we're going to fix damage because we're going to. This is why we need gene splicing. Gene therapy and stuff like that. Come on, man. No, the Pum'Kin Guy had the article about the, them actually able to do gene therapy to cure, with an 80% success rate, deafness in, like, newborns. Let's go. That's pretty good. I like that. Just be yourself so we can judge you for it. That's the thing. A lot of people just are told to be themselves, but then everybody judges them, and then they don't know how to handle that. You can handle it by just saying fuck off. Because I've had explained this a couple of times where I'm just like, look, this is how I am. This is how I operate. This is how I act. You can either be on board with it or I don't care. And it's weird because then it's just like, well, I'm like, well, do you know? Like, I mean, what am I going to do? Okay, I'll sit here and lie to you, That's that weird thing. Well, what do you do with people then? Do you just sit there and put on this fake face of just like, yeah, I'm totally interested in what the hell you're saying, even though you don't? Because it wastes so much time, everybody's time. Not only their time, but your time. And you're also lying to them because now they think you really give a flying crap about the implications of prosthetic toenails. I'm like, what? I just, whatever. It's not something I'm interested in. But nobody's civilized like that. Everyone's got that emotional thing where it's just like, whatever you're talking about right now, I don't care about. And it would be cool if they were just like, oh, okay, I get it. Wrap it up. And then, all right, what do you want to talk about? I don't know. Do you have any interest in fill in the blank? Well, no, I don't like that. Okay, then what else? What do you got? What's your thing? You go back and forth like a card game. Yeah. What do you got? You want to talk sports? Nah, I don't like sports. What about video games? I do like video games. What kind of video games? Kind of depends. Kind of like some of the darker stuff, not Souls-like. Oh, well, I'm just into like 100% nudie anime games. Ah. All right, what else? Movies. Can we all talk about movies? It's weird. I'll be myself when the world is actually ready, which will be never. Isn't that weird? Because there is... That's a good thing. Let me go back to the other thing. Boom. If you are aware of yourself and your quirks and your personality and stuff like that, and you know and are aware of how people will take that and whether it will work or not, there is this kind of depressing state that you're always in where you're like, I am not going to be able to connect with 90% or 95% of the people out there on any meaningful level whatsoever because they're not going to get it. That kind of thing. And you just know it, and there's nothing you could do about it. So then you just have to go throughout the day. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, go sports team, and you're just like, oh, for fuck's sake. And even that existence ends up being so exhausting. Even by the end of a 9 to 5, you're just like, 9 to 5s are exhausting to begin with. But when you have to mentally put on a facade for everybody else because they may not want to deal with your quirks or weirdness, it is doubly exhausting. Because at the end of the day, you're like, oh, I know. Yeah, introverts do kind of have issues, as does my webcam. Okay. Musically, some spicy games are tend to be genuinely good for the genre, right? RPGs, RTS. Well, I'm talking about the, I want to say spicy games that aren't necessarily good. Like, here's a jigsaw puzzle of like AI anime girls that you put it together and then it moans. That kind of just weird, lame crap. Like very open, to a detriment. Don't get me started on the amount of people that don't understand autism. Yeah, you're on a spectrum or something like that. Forget about it. Yeah. Well, because you could have a quiet day. You could have a quiet day or the day that you're just talking for 17 hours. That's like nobody knows. And, if you're dealing with normies, they never know what to expect. So they're just like, all right, are they going to talk, about something they have an interest in for 10 hours, or they just not want to talk and be in their own little world? I'm usually in my own little world like 90% of the time. And if, God forbid, there's a topic I'm interested in, then you got problems. Well, Squirrels and Robots every return. I don't know. I don't see the need to do it now. We do so much talking here between me and the Pumpkin. It's like having 2 podcasts on a week, and long ones. Look at this, like 3 hours, 45 minutes. It's crazy. Yeah. Well, speed this up real fast, and it'll sound like a squirrel podcast. What? Hey, well, it kind of would. Age catches everyone. Burr, burr. Yeah, but we like Squirrels and Robots. I don't know. It's a lot of extra work. It really is. We got to sit there. We got to go through all the news, and then we're going to repeat the news here. Then the streams are going to be a lot less interesting. If I do more gaming here, then it would probably be beneficial to do the Squirrels and Robots thing. But, it's like we go through 3 hours of news of weird, bizarre stuff. Just have the squirrels in there. What? Like, something like this, you'd have just, Foamy be like, yeah, everyone's going to want you to be yourself until you are. And then everyone's like, shut the fuck up. And then Begley will be like, yeah, isn't that crazy? Everyone just wants you to be yourself. And, and then it's like, I want to talk about jiggly anime games. And they're like, no, you can't do that. Pilz-E's like, every time I wanted to trade drugs with them, they say no, I don't know how much conversation to get out of that. Do more gaming. There are so many games. Yeah, but I don't know how interesting that's going to be. Dawn makes it fun. I just sit there, get quiet and focused. At least Dawn's a little bit more active when she plays. Because she's got like, oh, cool, I'm playing this and blah, blah, blah. Chat, did you see that? I'll miss 90% of what you say and just be focused on whatever mundane, idiotic thing that I'm doing that is not what the game intended. Anyway, let's see if I could scale this wall 30 minutes later. Like, why, where did everybody go, man? Why do I have 2 viewers? People judge others for being themselves, probably have something internalized, internalized insecurity. I think, I don't know. I feel like if it's not what they are, then they just find it weird. I think mostly because I've met a lot of people that just didn't get certain things we did, and they were just, wasn't a matter of they were insecure, they were just fucking obnoxious. Provide features CRISPR. Yeah, there you go, CRISPR. Right. Inevitability, gene suppression, gene 1 million worth, but 80% take rate. You could change one code out to about $1,000. Send pictures of what I just the hemoglobin cell DNA looks like. There's just 3 nucleotides based on one code of the hemoglobin cells. Go 600. Wait so $1,000? Hey, does that work on hyperacusis? Because I would love that. I'll give somebody $1,000 if they can fix that. Oh, that'd be so cool, dude. Per codone, how many codones would be in there? How many codones in hyperacusis? You need to change thousands. Thousands? All right. Yo, get a GoFundMe going. Here's the weird thing. Not for nothing, as painful as my existence is with this, I feel like that money should go to somebody who's got like a real problem, you know? Like that's one of those weird things where it's like, oh, my hearing hurts. It's like, whatever, dude. Just, get some earplugs. Yeah. $1? $1 per codone. Yeah, can I haggle? I'll give you $1 per codone, bro. I don't want to change thousands, just the one that's bothering me. Oh, God. All right. Can I change my eye color, too? Yeah. But then it's like, anybody who can, like, salvage it. Why does this cost so much? Come on, dude. What are these people doing? That is, if it's just one generally would cause multiple genes interaction. We could be $1 million plus. $1,000 codone. There's Kickstarter for everything. Yeah. I don't know if anyone's really gonna, back gene therapy for somebody who, stuff is a little too loud for them. I don't think they're gonna care. Yeah. I don't know. I was in a good place, so let's see if I want to go through teacher stuff. Oh, God. Let's refresh it so nobody deletes anything. America's favorite teacher posts. Oh, God. Do you ever feel guilty for lying to students about what you do after school? Well, what is it that you do after school? Are you a part-time stripper? What's going on? Like, I'm not going to say, oh, thanks for asking, Jaden. I'm really looking forward to, getting high AF and trimming my nails. What about you? I don't know. Just say you're going to, whatever. Just say, you know what? I'm just going to relax and trim my nails. You don't have to tell them you're getting high, What? I thought you had a part-time job as like a, spicy lady of the evening. Drugs. Never seen Breaking Bad. I got bills to pay. Exactly. Let's see. I don't know what else to do about my son's behavior. Some of you parents aren't even trying. All right, let's see. Let's see what's going on with bad behaviors. Oh, it's a short one. Thank you. Nice. I like this. I like when it's short. I don't know about... Okay, whatever. I'd argue there's never been a point in the history. Oh, God, you fucking teachers. Are you teaching the children? Stop teaching the children if you're writing. Oh, God. I'd argue you know what I like about this? Okay. Here's what I like about this. For all the times we were corrected on papers and exams and stuff with that little red mark by every fucking teacher on the fucking planet, it's theirs, not there. Now, as I am a little bit older and wiser, I love being in a position to correct teachers' work. I love it, and I have a little bit of glee, because now it's on a public forum. All right? Costs balloons very fast. Of course it does. Just like me with carbs. I'd argue there's never been a point in history where we have so many parents absolutely clueless about how to control their own kids. I am a bit biased because I don't have kids, but I still have a hat in this race because my mom was a single mom with 2 boys, and damn, if she couldn't control us, yeah, there you go. She never made excuses. It took just one phone call from a teacher to get us straight. She'd, you know, there's that little, thing you got to put in there. Not shed. Okay, shed be on our asses. Wow, that's a sentient shed then. That's 2. That's 2. Okay, you get like this whole essay here, dude. You already made 2 mistakes. All right, I'm giving you an 80 so far. She'd be on our asses from the minute we got home to the next morning. I swear, I make this post every year, but it doesn't. Oh, look, you know how to use them. It doesn't get easier. Look, they know how to do it. They got the little apostrophe. You need to talk to your kids more than once, people. I guarantee that child still has their phone/other privileges because the parent doesn't want to be annoyed. I think they're annoyed anyway. All hail Shed, right? The Shed's coming for us. What is this, Evil Dead? What the hell? I would probably agree with this, with the exception of the poor spelling, but again, we discussed this already. You know, parents don't want to discipline. They're in their phones anyway, and probably don't want to be bothered by kids anyway. Much like teachers, so everybody ignores everything, and the world is doomed. What else we got? TCI history, alive, 6th grade. What, pacing and assessment? What? That's boring. Update. Parent wants to meet with me over comment I made about energy drinks. Oh, here we go. What's the problem with the energy drinks now? This is a really long story. Angry parents found this one. I'm out. To clarify, not... Okay, whatever. There's an original post. I wonder if it's still up. This is why teachers quit when it's shit like this, but repeatedly throughout the day for the entire year. So this is the original post. Okay. To be real here, energy drinks I'm not fond of. Never drink it. Generally water, but what OP took to personal opinions here to tell the child that drinks are toxic. Okay. That is an emotionally loaded statement communicating a personal opinion as a fact to a child which might like that drink. You do not have to agree, but you also shouldn't tell a child her favorite drink is toxic. No, because you should, because you're a parent. Okay, here's the thing. Don't let your kids drink like energy drinks, because if they're bouncing off the wall, it's not ADD, okay? It's not ADHD. It's not autism. It's all the fucking caffeine in these things. Okay? So even if she shouldn't drink that, a teacher should be more emotionally intelligent and eloquent to explain a personal position. Oh, no, I think they were very eloquent and succinct, even, if you understand what that word is. You do not have to be condescending and imposing. That's what a teacher does. That's 90% of their job. You can also just explain and reason. Oh my God. Pretty easy to explain why the Monster Energy drink she is consuming is unhealthy and potentially dangerous in that volume. Yet you did not. Just do that. I think by saying it's toxic is pretty clear. They just did that. Communicate with children. Do not command them without explaining your position. Go to your room. Why? Because I said so. Guarantee you they do that. School is not military. Maybe that's partially the problem. Edit. Take the downvotes as a sad statement of hopefully not teacher who interact with children, but rather just random Redditors who are highly emotional and not eloquent enough to form a reaction. Well, guess what? I'm here for you. Okay. If a kid is drinking something toxic, go.
But, they need Adderall for the ad. Xanax for the anxiety, Ambient for their sleep, and Oxymoron for their knee pain. Oh please.
There you go. Everything. Load them up. Make sure to chase it down with an energy drink. Highly emotional and not eloquent. I could be very eloquent and unemotional, so I'm going to do this in the most callous way possible because I don't want to have any emotional things happening here. So I will say your assessment of somebody calling a drink toxic while your child is drinking it is the simplest and most direct way to let that child know in a language that they understand that what they are consuming is terrible for them. Now, you as a parent should actually tell them beforehand that what they are drinking is either healthy or unhealthy. If you can't do that, you are the problem.
Did they say how old the child was?
No, but who cares? Like, I don't care. They're drinking toxic crap. So whatever. Kid will figure it out. So let's see what the update was at. Long story short, a student brought a Monster Energy drink to my class. Thank you, by the way. Knowing they weren't allowed. When I told her she couldn't have it, she tried to argue with me about it, and I jokingly called it poison. Her dad emailed my principal about having a meeting with me about it. Dad, there are rules to be followed. As a dad, you should be able to set rules, Dad. If you can't set rules and enforce them, Dad, you're not much of a dad, Dad. Yeah, I would be punched in the face about 3 seconds in the real world. This morning, what did this kid come in with? A Monster Energy drink. I told her she couldn't have it in class. Her opinions were to throw it away or put it on my... What? Her options? Oh, her options. I misread that. Dyslexia. Her options were either to throw it away or put it on my desk until the end of class. She opted to put it on my desk, but told me that her dad said I wasn't allowed to touch her personal property. Oh, God. Is this what school's like? Again, I've said this before. You fuck around with something, literally the teacher would take it away and you wouldn't see that thing for the rest of the year. Okay? And your parents didn't do shit about it because they're like, listen to the fucking teacher. Yeah, because that's what you're supposed to do when you're in school. I have a water only in class rule. You are allowed drinks. You motherfucking kids are allowed drinks? We had to literally just pray that we were allowed to go to the drinking fountain. I'm not even joking about that. There was no water. We didn't have sippy cups. What the fuck? I have a water only in class rule, partially because I don't want to deal with spills, but mainly because my classroom has a lab space. You have a lab space and you're not deconstructing a Monster Energy drink to show them why it's toxic? Are you kidding me? Oh my God. I literally have a lesson plan for everybody now. Students know this. I made it clear in the first week of school, and it's also in my class syllabus. It's a syllabus. I look back through my parents' contact logs, and I've contacted her dad a total of 11 times. Oh, he must be a joy to deal with. 11 times throughout the year about his daughter failing my class. The last time I emailed him was about a month ago. I kind of hope we do have a meeting so I can hit him with I know you want to talk about my energy drink comment, but before we do that, I'd love to talk to you about your daughter's grades in my class. I've tried to contact you 11 times throughout the year and have never gotten a response. You're probably going to get a couple of responses because if this guy's so concerned about an energy drink, you're going to get the stop trying to change the subject. We're here about the energy drink train of thought. Or maybe if you were a better teacher, my kid would be doing better. Right? You got two options when that happens. Okay. Happy Teacher Appreciation Week. Edit. My classroom doubles as a lab space. Okay. State regulations encourage no food or beverages in a lab space. I allow water bottles and students place them away from the lab space when we do a lab. This not be making up random rules. This is not be make. Are you fucking kidding me? Shit. This is not be making up random rules. This is state regulations and safety practices, motherfucker. Edit 2. The angry parents found this one. I'm out. To clarify, not the specific parent in this interaction, just angry parents in general. Oh, yeah, and then we go back to the other comment thing. Okay. This is utterly stupid. This is utterly stupid. A teacher should not have to go through this shit. However, since you have a lab space, what I would recommend, get every ingredient that is in one of those energy drinks in their individualized forms, right? And we had this thing about, not that it really had a long-term effect on me because basically I still eat crap, but this guy did that thing where, you know, you burn certain foods, like literally with fire. And they're like, look, this burns really quickly and blah, blah, blah. And then the guy tried to burn a donut and it wouldn't burn. Like it wouldn't even catch fire. There was just so much weird things in there. And he's like, you don't want this in your body because if fire cannot basically melt this thing, your stomach acids are not going to be that much better. Okay. This is why you don't eat this stuff. Of course, I went out and got donuts after school, but still, you know, at least they made a point, right? Colorado, I don't know what it was. I wasn't really paying attention in school. But come on, dude. You know, this is over an energy drink. It's like, God, that parent is going to be an abomination to deal with. God. This industry is broke. I don't know. I feel like we all know this. It's kind of long. I don't know. I found my passion. I found my calling. Then the whole industry fell apart. Oh, no, it was broken before you got there. I don't know what it is, if this is just my state or if this is happening everywhere. We've been told that our district is deep in debt. We don't have the budget to hire new teachers next year, and we are instead going to do another cycle of combining classes, shuffling staff, and cutting special programs. All of our gym, music, and art teachers have just been told that they are moving to split school assignments. Yeah, because you want your gym teacher teaching math. What we are going to do is we are going to take the 2 and add another 2 to it. What do we get? Give me 4 push-ups, you bastard. That'd be hilarious, actually. Well, if you get it wrong, you got to do push-ups for what the number of the right answer is. Oliver Gym Music. Okay, let's see. That they are moving to split school assignments. I was barely able to snag a job as a long-term sub this year, and they placed me in an art class. I'm licensed for general education K through 6, and they told me I'll have to wait until fall to find out where I'll be placed for next year. Our enrollments are dropping year over year. Our funding attends. Here's the thing. I thought it was all right. Maybe your enrollment is dropping because your school absolutely sucks, and people who are educated realize that they don't want their kids going to a school that is just churning out idiots, because that's the way it's been across the country. Not for nothing. This is a meme. I saw it and I looked it up you can get some interesting things. Apparently, and hey, this is why we talk ill of New York and California at certain points. Did you know that the test scores in basically New York and California is generally lower than places that supposedly, by stereotype standards, have terrible scores like Mississippi, that kind of thing? Like everybody looks at like southern states, like if you're East Coast, West Coast, or up north, everyone is super biased and they're like, oh yeah, people in southern states, they're not idiots. I know East Coast, West Coast are be like, oh yeah, southern states. Blah, blah, blah. No, because they're smarter than you. They literally are now. Okay? I don't know if they always were, but they are now. So either your education system on the coast and up north are fucking failing you, or you're underestimating everybody in the lower part of the country. Okay. So stop fucking around. And if you think you're so great and so smart, then you know what? Be smarter than somebody you think you're smarter than. Because these grades have been utterly atrocious. You know, meanwhile, everybody who's been considered like, oh, look, there's some kind of weird redneck from blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they're the ones getting the 4.0, you know, GPAs and stuff. You know, meanwhile, somebody in New York is like, I got a 2.1 GPA. Yeah, because you're an idiot. God. No, it's very annoying because it's like, you know, and growing up on the East Coast, everyone was just like, yeah, oh, yeah, Southern. I'm like, well, what's wrong? I'm like, you know, we weren't raised to be like automatically, oh, those people, you know, that kind of thing. That's not our thing. And we would be slapped upside the head if that's how we thought about people. Because you had decent parents. So I don't know where that came from. Maybe it's the dialect, maybe. Like, I don't know. I mean, I've met people from there that were just freaking super smart. I learned shit from them. So I don't know where that came from. But regardless, you know, on paper now, in New York and California are considered stupid. They're like below average. So yeah, they might be trust fund babies with a ton of money, but they're idiots. Like, that's what bothers me. You know, money without intelligence is fucking useless. You know, I'd rather be intelligent and poor. But like, it's ridiculous, dude. I don't know. Let's see. I live like on the threshold of the Midwest and South. There was never a thing around here. Oh yeah, no. If you live down south, nobody thought everyone from the South was an idiot. It's just like the egos of people on the East Coast, West Coast, and you know up north. They're like, oh look, we get snow up here. It's like, what the fuck does that mean? You know, people knocks against others. What flyover states? Yeah, there's that thing, flyover states. Yeah, that's the other term. It's like, oh, nobody goes there. Well, why? Well, there's nothing there. Well, how do you know? Have you ever been there? No, it's a flyover state. Then shut the fuck up. You know? And ironically now, you know, not to get into some crazy stuff, but you know, all the problems on the East Coast and West Coast places, now they want to move to other states that don't have those sorts of policies. So if you're in one of those states that isn't East Coast, West Coast, make sure those snowbirds that go to the flyover states don't ruin your state. Ah, God. Yeah, because everyone's complaining, oh, New York it's going to hell because blah, blah, blah. And California, it's a cesspool, blah, blah, blah. Let's all take our money and go move to this state over here. Yeah, they don't have the same policies we have over here, but maybe we can change that. What the fuck, man? Your policies fucked up these states. Now you want to go and just spread that mental stupidity elsewhere? Get the hell out of there. If a state is good enough to move in and it's functioning, then don't fucking touch it. You know? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And also, if you move to another place, you're the guest there. I know you think you're from New York or California or the big city, that kind of thing. I know you get that mentality. You're a guest. Be a guest. Be cordial, be polite. You know, Southern hospitality only goes so far before you get punched in the mouth. Really, dude. What? No, I can imagine some rich person from California. Oh, this place doesn't even have a jacuzzi. Shut the fuck up, dude. At least we don't have forest fires every other week. Stupid. We know how to manage our budget for water so we can, you know, put out the burning buildings. Anyway, we need better than that. New Hampshire, people from Maine coming in, or Massachusetts. Yeah, it's going to be dicey. Especially New York now, because especially all the rich people are getting like Uber taxed right now. So, yeah, new policies and stuff. Of course, that doesn't affect us. Yeah. So I'm just like, yeah, whatever. But you know, now you're going to have all these people that are going to just, God, we got to stop ruining these places. You know, I don't know. If I go anywhere, which is rare, I try to be respectful to what the community is doing. I'm not going to go in there and be like, oh, I'm from blah, blah, blah. We do it like this way. Well, they don't do that here. And if I don't like it, you know what? You either come accustomed to it or shut the fuck up. Like, you know, you mutter it under your breath. Be polite. Be like, oh, man, I can't believe this. You know, they don't have garbage trucks that come back and forth every day, picking up I got to bring this to a transfer station myself. This is freaking stupid. I'm like, yeah, whatever, dude. Actually, there's no state sales or income tax. Yeah. New Hampshire's like, we knew somebody, he was an older guy and he passed away. He moved to New Hampshire. He loved the place, you know, and he was a New Yorker, but he was like, yo, New Hampshire's really nice, you know? And I'm like, well, what's good about it? He's like, yeah, it may not have all the amenities of New York, but yo, he's like, the people are cool. You know, I didn't get robbed, you know, and he was from like old New York where it's like you could walk 5 feet, get robbed, and then walk another 10 feet and get robbed again. And then a guy would beat you up because you already got robbed, you know, that kind of thing. That was a rough time. That was definitely a rough time. It's a little bit better now, but you know, again, everybody moving from one place to another, be respectful. If your place sucks, you're moving to someplace else that's better. Let it be better. It's better for a reason. Don't go against that reason. Anyway, that's a long-winded tirade from, let's see. Our enrollments are dropping. Oh, yeah, that's why because nobody wanted to deal with the education system because everybody's stupid. That's why. Kids with obvious special needs are thrust into general population. No. General pop with no support or accommodations. Attempts to have them evaluated for IEPs are generally frowned upon. No. Here's what's happening. Everybody, the problem is the quote-unquote special needs area of people who are, I would say, have diminished learning capabilities. The problem is the people that could excel are being lumped into areas with people who have either learning disabilities or special needs. That is holding back everybody else. Every school needs to have a budget to separate the people with different learning abilities. If somebody is excelling, do not hold them back and put them in a slower class. You can't do that. I've said it a million times. But, you know, the system is broken. Feels like everyone from admin to parents to the society around us has stopped caring about education. Yeah, because everyone's got AI now. You're going to have barely functioning illiterate people that can kind of type out a couple of sentences into AI, and that's what they're going to do. That's what they're going to do. You're going to have AI graduates. The only reason they got through is because they had AI write their papers. It's going to be a bleak future of idiots. Think Idiocracy, but without the laughs. Yeah. Only one Whole Foods? You don't even have a Trader Joe's here. You know, back where I came from, we had several Trader Joe's. Yeah, well, now we just have Joe, and he's not a trader, okay? He's an American. No, that's not what a Trader Joe's. It's like trading, bartering. I know what bartering means. Go back to wherever you were, you clown. Man. I will say for everybody that I've met from the South, the only thing I would recommend is a quicker fuse when it comes to hospitality. Because I feel like they have like the Southern hospitality thing, like they have a high threshold for dealing with assholes. Like they'll be like, yeah, well, you know, that's everybody has their opinion, you know, like I feel like that's the only dash of New York I would put in there where they'd be like, yeah, well, everybody has an opinion and yours is fucking wrong. You're a fucking idiot.
Destroy them all with kawaii hugs
Cameron,
and
what's up?
treats.
Thank you for the raid. Welcome. Hi, everybody. We're just talking about dumb society right now. That's the only thing I would change. But I'm an outsider, so I shouldn't make any suggestions. Oh, God. Hope you're doing well. What's up? There you go. Where's my shout out? There it is. Cameron Corgi. Yeah. I swear Twitch is trying to traumatize people. Traumatize. Ads? Oh, ads happen. Yeah. So this person is this just happening where I'm at, or should I just jump ship? Well, I have a chance. Yeah, I would just jump ship now. Industry is broken. I really wish it would fix the education system. I feel like we're failing a lot of the kids that could be doing something for our future. Should I transfer to high school while I have the chance? Depends on high school. All right, let me get some water while this is happening. Oh, God, where's my water? Oh, there it is. Boom, 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 boom. Shut. Here we go. All right. All right, let's see if this is going to be a long-winded thing about transferring. Yeah, dude, I don't know. Make a decision. Strict bans on mobile phones in schools have close to zero impact on student learning, study has found. What did you... They've done this for like a week. Ah, God. How you doing? Well, you're in an ad. I can't say anything. I got to wait for the ad to be over, and I'll say hi. Yeah, you know, Twitch should have an automatic system when they know you got rated, they should delay ads for at least 5 minutes. That should be a thing, because then it encourages growth. You know, it's not like, hey, everybody, ads. What's up, Karen? Hi. Doing all right. Hope you're doing well. We're just talking about news. Oh, you're out of ad hell. Yeah, there you go. Ad hell is hell. Strict bans on mobile phones in schools have close to zero impact on students' learning, a study has found. Didn't they just implement this last year? Dude, we're trying to get kids' brain cells to just fire off again. You know, they've been, you know, stuck on internet brain rot for the last 12 years of their life. I can't think of a teacher who will agree with this study's findings. Let's see, blah, 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 blah. Strict bans on mobile phones in school have close to zero impact on students' learning and show no evidence of improvements in attendance or online bullying, a study has found. Research at U.S. universities, including Stanford and Duke. Duke, the only thing good about them is their basketball team. Yes, I actually know something. Looked at nearly 1,800 U.S. schools where students' phones were kept in lock pouches and found little or no difference in outcomes compared to similar schools with strict bans. Well, then, we should look at the teachers then, shouldn't we? Well, if the phones aren't doing, then somebody isn't learning. And what's left? We've eliminated the problem of the phone, supposedly. You know, so then it must be the way the institution functions. Yeah. You know, sometimes just simple observations and being able to solve a simple problem can really remedy a lot of things if people take actions to actually fix those problems. But nobody wants to do that. My students think I grade papers at home for fun, and honestly, I'm not correcting them anymore. What, you're not correcting them? Nice, dude. A students across the board. Had a kid ask me yesterday why I was grading at lunch. I said, because these need to be done. He goes, but you do that at home too, right? Yeah, buddy, that's the job. Then another one goes, that sounds like a lot of work. And I just let him think I generally love reading 30 essays about why the Great Depression was sad. All right, this guy's a little funny. I like that. Here's my paper on why the Great Depression was sad. There was no Xanax in the 1920s. There was no lithium or any of those other drugs that make people happy. My mom takes it and she feels better every time, but they didn't have that in the 1920s, so that's why the Depression was great. I feel like that would be the response of like a Pilz-E paper. Oh, that's awesome. At this point, I'm committed to the bit. They think I'm out here grading for entertainment. Meanwhile, I'm at 11 p.m. on a Sunday wondering why I chose this career. The delusion keeps me going, honestly. God, dude, the teachers Reddit is so bleak, isn't it? Gotta get going. Red Misery, thanks for being here. Enjoy the rest of the week. Do something fun. What's up? Gangsta High. How you doing? What's up? Opinion. Let's just drop Teacher Appreciation Week. God, you get so little appreciation. Why would you want to get rid of that? Oh, this one. The pitiful effort put forth by the administration and parents has me wishing that we just stopped recognizing this week entirely. No, I don't want the random collection of stale Tootsie Rolls from 2006 and pennies you found between your couch cushions packaged into a goodie bag. Thank you very much. I like this person. No, I don't want your shout-outs of gratitude for all that we do when you spend the rest of the year making our lives as difficult as possible. No, I don't want your $3 gift card to a restaurant I've never heard of that wouldn't even be enough to get me water. I would indulge in the baked goods or free lunch that you provided, but the non-teaching staff has already eaten it all while I was in class. Just a few more weeks. Just a few more weeks. This is like that last note a teacher writes before they go nuts, you know? Just one more week. A few more weeks and it will all be over. Sinister laugh. Ha ha ha. They're probably in retirement. Oh no, summer vacation or something, right? Yeah. Must be nice to have summer off. I feel like they need
It's
that
alright.
time to just recoup.
Destroy them all with kawaii
Hey,
hugs
what's up?
and
Ginger
tricks.
Gaming. Hi, welcome. Welcome, people. Hope you're doing well. Got a shout out for Ginger. Ink Gaming. Nice. Hope you're doing well. We're going through teacher Reddit, where we find that the world is filled with very unhappy teachers and terrible students. And parents that are utterly useless. No, I think we read this one. We went through this one, right? Giving students laptops rather than textbooks was a mistake. Is this long? Yeah. I'm only subbing for some extra cash, but boy, have things changed since I was little. We were one of the first to get computer labs. It was the designated place with desktops to learn typing and other computer skills. Now kids are getting laptops in class at a very young age. It's ruining them. No textbooks, just laptops. They're constantly hiding things in other tabs. It's another tab. It's right there. They might get real tricky and have another window open behind that tab. I think you can figure it out. Playing music loudly and doing everything but their assigned work. It's crazy to me that schools do this. I'm not sure how they're learning anything. Bring back textbooks and computer labs. How do you even handle this as a full-time teacher? Well, you go slightly insane, according to the previous post, where they're like, just a few more weeks. Just a few more weeks. Like, God, that's a little unnerving, isn't it? Teaching is falling apart from decades and decades and not, staring the problem in the face. Educators aren't educated enough. Here's the thing. A lot of these problems could be fixed. However, fixing the problem does require addressing certain issues. And some of those issues are going to be considered sensitive, right? So until the education system gets the balls to address those issues, stop taking crap from parents and kids, then this shit is just going to continue. And not just the education system, the world in general. If people just head on talk about the issue, whatever it might be, and not tiptoe around what might be the problem, break out statistics, actual statistics. If there's something going on and there's a particular problem and you have statistics to prove that, legit statistics, then nobody should be like, well, that's bias. This is blah, blah, blah. This is causing some kind of fear, irrational fear of fill in the blank, that kind of thing. We need data. And if the data is validated and it's true, everybody who's part of the problem needs to get weeded out, and people just got to accept the data might actually be accurate. And I could get into it, but I'm not going to. Feeling guilty about going to HR. Why? What'd you do? I'll just say, new admin building and bigger jumbotron for a new stadium. Yeah. Oh, that's the least of our problems. Like, making dumbass sports domes for schools, that's the least of the problems. That is, like, if half your class is not linguistically or mentally on the same page as the other half of the class, you're just dumbing down a whole generation of people. Forget about sports. This is long. Yeah. Why don't schools fail students anymore? I thought they were every day. What do you mean removed? That was the good one. All right, what can we glean out of this? All right, good. It's still here. I feel like it ended there. Is it all about funding? Schools don't seem to hold anyone back any longer. What's the point of even giving grades? Kids don't even speak English, and they're passed on to the next grade. Wait, what? Is this a class in Espanol? No me gusta. The education system is an absolute joke now. Does this frustrate teachers? Why are we sending kids on to the next grade when they are oblivious, obviously not performing to the standard? Wait, so I want to say, I want to know why this was deleted. Did they say it was removed by moderator? Why was it removed by moderator? What is wrong with this statement, moderator? Because it's still here. And get a screenshot. Got a lot of upvotes. That seems to be a problem. Is there an issue you want to address? Okay, well, okay. Hypothetically, now why would somebody consider this a race issue? Just curious. Is it because kids don't even speak English and they're passed on to the next grade? Does it say in a moderator comment? Oh, let's see. Has been removed moderation of teach. No. Doesn't say. Defund public schools. So yeah, exactly. It ended up happening. Scared of parents, blah, blah, blah. Okay, because here's the thing, right? And this is one of those issues. Now, the education system and as America as a country, right? Basically, the predominant language, right? The way we work and interact is that of English. Am I wrong in that? Statistically. So mathematically, the almost unified language of society right now, it could change, is English. So getting a job, learning how to read, all the textbooks are predominantly in that one particular language. Now, and before we get into our own little immigration story, if an individual cannot speak that language, they're not going to be able to function properly in a school setting, let alone a societal setting. So somebody who may not understand a language should be giving courses first to understand the language while also learning in their native language. I don't think the education system has that, because our story, this dude's grandfather came over from the old country, couldn't speak a lick of English. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. All right. He had to learn it on his own through everyday conversation. He literally did not know enough to pass any classes and was picked on so much because he was the foreigner. He ended up leaving school. So he left school. I don't even think he ended up getting a high school diploma, right? He had to learn the language himself, which ironically he did through comic books. You know, believe it or not, yes, comic books, because they were well written back then. They weren't just pictures. He joined the military, did the whole thing, learned the language, blah, blah, blah. Did a lot of cool stuff. He worked on planes, you know, did all that stuff, got out of the army, ended up making his own business. He was a barber for years upon years, had his own business, et cetera, et cetera. Now, that's an example. So we understand, we have a family history before anybody says, well, you don't understand. No, we've maybe not firsthand experience, but we talk to our grandparents, unlike most people. Now, he couldn't function in this society without learning the language. And at the time, there was no way for him to do that. He had to do it on his own. And I think he maybe just knew some people that would help him teach. This was a long time ago. Schools didn't tolerate this shit. But the problem is now, if you have half the class that can't get on board with what the other half class is, it's a disruption. There's a miscommunication constantly. Everything is slowed down because somebody has to translate stuff. So just by So everybody who knows the language is being held back intellectually, and everybody who doesn't know the language is never learning because none of that information is properly getting to them because they don't understand it. So that's when you have to get those students who unfortunately don't know the language and teach them the language. That's the important thing. So then they can learn, they can excel, and basically not get kicked out of school for not knowing the language. It's going to take a little bit more time, which I know institutions don't want to put that kind of funding into it. But if that's the concern, you can't have a class, you know? It's like a little Tower of Babel there. If nobody can understand each other, then what happens? You know? I wouldn't even consider that to be an issue based on language or social backgrounds, race, ethnicity, whatever the hell. It's literally just communication. And if people could stop seeing it as like, well, oh, that's biased because they're not teaching in that. You want to, if I got to learn Spanish, like if I go to Mexico, I'm probably going to have to learn Spanish, right? I don't think they're going to be like, yeah, no, keep speaking to us in English. Yeah, we love that. No. So I don't know. This has got to get fixed. You know, if it's so bad. That's so bad. And it does a disservice to everybody, not only the English speaking, but the non-English speaking, you know? And, you know, your grandfather was lucky that he took the time out, and he was smart. He was smart. He could build things, which is why the Army had him working on planes, military. And he was very good at it. He could just put shit together like fucking MacGyver. So he took the time out and he educated himself and blah, blah, blah. So I don't know if anyone's going to take that initiative now. And he was relatively young when he had to do that, because everybody that moved over here with him, none of them spoke English. He was the young, shiny kid that was like, you know, had the ability to learn a language. Because our great grandmother, right? Your great grandmother, she didn't speak any English. Nothing. She was the old Italian lady that would just look at you and you'd be like, I didn't know what the fuck they said. I don't know what she said. You know, just pinch her cheeks every once in a while, and that was about it. You know, and then give you food and smile. You know, that kind of thing. And that's kind of weird if you're like a great grandkid of somebody in your family, not being able to understand them, but you know they're related to you. It's a little weird. You know, we picked up a little Italian, but, you know, your grandfather became so, I guess, Americanized. He just didn't speak a lot of Italian unless he met up with some of his other Italian friends, and that was about it. So, let's see. Yeah, nothing wrong with the post. I mean, I don't think there's something wrong with the post, but people are very sensitive. So if you say kids don't even speak English, then people are going to be like automatically, hey, that's bias or that's whatever. And I'm like, but if that's true, then that's an issue for everybody involved, you know? Hey, yo, you're in this country, you can't speak English? Learn English. I want you to be here and be productive. You know, I don't want somebody to end up getting a crap job because they can't speak the language and they're being taken advantage of. That sucks. Yeah. So if you are here, I don't know if anyone can translate this. Learn the language. So one, you're productive, and two, nobody takes advantage of you. You know? Super important. I'm sure your grandfather got taken advantage of numerous times just because he didn't know the language. So before you know it, he's doing like 30-hour shifts, and he's just like, why am I still here? No, you agreed to this. You know, it's like, oh, okay, I didn't know that. How is it that so many kids are unaware of their voice volume? Oh my God, that is so true. Kids don't know what volume is, right? Sometimes the class leaves my ears ringing. They just shout, yell, everything. Even something like asking someone next to them for a pencil can be heard clear across the room. The random screeching and yelling, it wasn't even me. It's actually insane to me. Why are you screaming when your friend said the correct answer? I don't know. Feels like I'm watching TV on the highest volume all day. Earplugs, 1. 2, tell the kids to shut the fuck up. What? Just say, yo, we don't yell here. You know? I'll be like, here's what we got here. Watch. You can get this in your phone. You get one of those little decibel meters that reads how loud things are, right? especially the ones that have what is the noise ones, NOISH or whatever the hell it is, NIOS, whatever, I don't know what it is. They will give you a little mirror meter if it's approaching like danger for your ears, right? And you can be like, look, you see this? You see why it's in the red right now? Your mouth could literally hurt somebody's hearing. Yeah. So this is super important. I know you laugh about it now, but guess what? Here's what's happening. If you guys are loud and it gets into the red, you know, hold something against them. You know, like dangle that carrot in front of them. I'd be like, you know what? If you stay in the green for the whole class, right? You know what we'll do? We'll have like an extra 15 minutes of recess or something like that. Right? Dude, something like that. Yeah. And then you get them, go outside and be like, you know, outside, be as loud as you want. Go nuts. You can yell until you're coughing up blood. All right. Ear bleed volume. Yeah. Then the kids at the normal conversation, decibel is 60. Yeah, that's it. Right. I don't like, honestly, our ears are so sensitive. Anything over like 40 is a little, it's a little unnerving for us. I don't know how the fuck that happened, but holy shit. That's library. Like if somebody's like, hey, how can I help you? I'm like, wow, shut up. You're in a library. And they're like, yeah, I'm using my library voice. I'm like, yeah, but it's loud. Banning of squishies. No, don't ban squishies. Over the years, we have certain toys that have plagued schools with the distractions and eventual misuse. Recently, squishies have been popped in desks, students' faces, and in the bathroom. It reminds me of how many times this has happened with trendy toys. When I was a kid, it was clackers in the 70s. As a teacher, I remember slap bracelets and tamagotchis. Tamagotchis? You mean Tamagotchis? And fidget spinners. What others can you think of? Commander Shepard, hi. What's up? Thanks for the follow. Tamagotchis. Tamagotchis. It's a spicy variety of Tamagotchis. I guess they didn't go and research to see what the hell. What was a clacker? I don't know what a clacker was. Slap bracelets. Those were those things that you'd like slap on your arm and it would kind of go around. It'd be like loud, right? Fidget spinners. Yeah, I know what they are. I have a glow in the dark one. I don't know. Use it next to it. Give you that one. Yeah, it's close. It's close. Close enough. Right? I don't know. Fuck appreciation. Give me a raise. That is all. Yeah, teachers never get paid enough. Especially after reading all this, I feel like they don't really get paid enough. I've given up on class. Yay. I'm really struggling with what my class is, and I'm not sure how to turn it around at this. Oh, God, do I care? Do any parents lurking in here? Ooh, parents. There we go. A message to the parents. All right. Your kid will tell us everything you say about us, unfiltered. Most of the time, it's hilarious to me. A few I've heard over the years. All right. When my dad first met you, he said, I guess that they let anyone teach now. I'm highly effective for 7 years, but have purple hair in a deep red county. Sorry. I'm not the teacher they should be worried about. Yeah, but statistically, recently, dyed hair is not the best thing. I love dyed hair, but I'm just saying. Not for deep red country. My mom thought you were gay. I told her you have a girlfriend, and she said she doesn't believe you. Oh, okay. That's funny. You got purple hair. You're probably gay. How did that happen? Yeah, but all right. My dad said we should slash your tires. This one is 100% a joke. I talk to the dad all the time, and it's a good family. Okay, that one's true. My mom thinks you're cute. Okay. Oh, I see where that's going. All right. My sister thinks you're cute. Much older sibling, but still, I'm gonna puke. What the bleep? Okay. My dad saw you at the bar. He said teachers shouldn't do that. He was there too, and we were both adults? Question mark. I told my dad your car was broken, and he said he could fix it for you. Actually helpful, but I had already made the repair myself. There you go. Man, I love my kids, but some of these parents, geesh. Oh, shouldn't you do it the way the kids do? Geesh. Let's see. Edit. This thread is turning into something beautiful. Keep it coming. Ah, here we go. My parents told me you look like Jesus. What? Jesus. Look like Jesus if he smoked a weed? Really? Okay. It's Mastermind Strip for I was allowed to have unnatural colored hair. Their response was, well, you are the art teacher. So my hair is blue in the teacher's school photo. Because you're the art teacher. Isn't that always something? You know? Everyone's just like, oh, you must be the art teacher. Well, what makes you say that? Well, you know, the hair. You're very creative. My son's teacher got to hear all about it when I punched a hole in a wall. He was telling her I was so mad. Y'all, I was changing a light bulb and fell off the stepladder and my elbow went through the drywall. I was yelling very loudly. I did not drop the light bulb, though. That's pretty good. Smells like the art teacher's office. Oh, man. Art is hard. Yeah. Tried doing it for 25 years and getting paid for it, right? That's the hard part. You're the one who's actually got a paid position with probably tenure. That's what I should do. How to be a surly animator. God. I teach 7th grade art, and today we had an exam. An exam in art? You just don't say, how do you feel? What is... All right, okay. All right, are we talking about art or art history? There's a big difference between finger paints and, you know, talking about Da Vinci here. Took them 2 days to complete it because I'm nice like that to give them the extra day. Oh, really? You're nice like that? Yeah, that's a way to enforce deadlines. That's the first thing you learn about art is there's a deadline for everything. How do you exam art for 7th graders? I don't know. Let's find out. Just thought it was funny to give you guys a Google Classroom chat. Really? Oh, there's a whole chat here. Oh my God. So I've posted about what I like for teacher appreciation because kids were actually asking me what I like. I don't expect anything, but it was something to put here. Kiddo decided to post her frustrations on how her grade is so low in my class and it's never been low in art in previous years. Chat. Student. Miss, why should I give you things you grade like we were in college? Can't even spell. Poor thing. Collage. Look, it's like, yeah, you are in collage because it's art class. Yeah. And you didn't even do that right. Me, everything seems like college. Ooh, correct spelling. Everything seems like college to you if you act like things are at a 3rd grade level. Oh, man, they're not holding back on the kids. I like that. I just grade what work and quality is given. Not every teacher is going to go easy on you. That's not how you learn and grow. I like this person. Student, whatever helps you at night. I don't know. You're the one losing sleep over it. Mind you, the kid who genuinely saw the test and... so it's an actual test. Yeah. And couldn't just take the loss. I'm guessing previous teachers just handed out hundreds like nothing because their artwork is not at 7th grade level. All right. So it is artwork? Whatever. She drawn stick figures. Yeah. Go with the, yeah, technically your work isn't that great, but, you know, I'll give you an A for stick figures. I don't know. Every class in the public school is measured for worth by testing and has been since I was in school. Graduated in 2002. Yeah. I mean, dude, testing's important. Got to do some kind of testing. I don't know if they do much of that now. Like, I think they just literally give people A's for everything. It's kind of sad. Are people okay? God, are you going to be one of those? Are you the hippie guidance counselor? Are you guys okay? I'm here to ask, are people okay? This morning, I see a kindergartner crying. She tells me she spilled her coffee in her backpack. Why does a kindergartner have coffee? Holy shit. Now you know why I can't go down for bedtime. It's like, all right, kids, nap time. I want to play with crayons. What the hell? Okay, in her backpack. I assume, as a normal person, that she doesn't actually have coffee, but she keeps saying she does. So eventually I check her thermos. Lo and behold, she sure does have a tumbler of iced coffee. This girl is 5 years old. I'm not actually her teacher, and it's my first time working with lower grades, but one of the IAs told me that they see this all the time. What's wrong with people? I would not give a 5-year-old coffee. However, there is that thing where, if they have ADHD or something, coffee actually kind of chills them out a bit. I don't know if that's the case here, or they're on the spectrum or whatever. No, they like caffeine. We're on the spectrum. I love caffeine. But generally, you should not be giving a kindergarten or caffeine, even decaf, honestly. What? Dude, you didn't have coffee for the longest time. I think your grandfather's just like, he made a cup of coffee and he's like, you want coffee? Because you were looking at it and you're like, yeah, I'll have coffee. And of course it was super bitter when you were a kid and you're like, ugh. And he just laughed, More likely that mommy drinks coffee and didn't want the, screaming child, so the kid had coffee for a long time by 5. Maybe I want some, that kind of thing. Then you know what? You just pour something in there that looks like coffee, like chocolate milk, and be like, here you go. Here's your coffee. Wow, coffee tastes like chocolate milk.
ADHD goes either way, wired or tired. I speak from experience as I need a quad shot to start work in the morning.
Maybe that's it. Kid needs their cup of joe to even deal with teachers. Why is this "are people okay" thing? Are people okay? You probably have a better reaction here. Like 2-point kids. Let's say, when I was a supply teacher, I'd read the behavioral notes before I came in. In elementary school, let's say 80% of the kids on the list would come in with an iced coffee or an energy drink in the morning and would go get one at lunch. What the fuck? What? It's insane to me that parents are sending students to school on stimulants and then wondering why there are attention behavioral and regulation issues. Like, my guy, your kid is in a vibrating out of the chair. Please just drink some water. I had no idea parents were this irresponsible. Look, I love coffee. But if I had a kid, I would not be giving that kid coffee. 1, it's mine. 2, they're too young to be having coffee. Especially the way we make it. We make it real strong, okay? Is there any reason they can't have it? I know you just don't want them hyperactive. It's like why you don't give a kid a bunch of sugar before they go to bed. Yeah? I never liked it when I was young unless it was with biscuits. Yeah. So I feel like that's probably just a bad thing. What else we got here? Recently read a post about a parent sending the kid to school with a Monster Energy drink. It's insane to me. My kids are 8 and 9. They can have Starry and some root beers that don't have caffeine. They don't need high blood pressure in 7th grade. What are people doing? That's probably why you got high blood pressure. Yeah, you think about that? You ever tell your doctor that you're drinking like a gallon of coffee a day? Might want to take note of that. My parents don't want me in numbers. I didn't realize coffee is basically a number equivalent. What's in a number? What's in a number? Kid's heart rate also beat fast. Blood vessels, heart still developing. Yeah. They get large heart from too much caffeine, packed energy drinks, and they beep. Oh, that's kind of weird. I subbed in my kid's pre-K. 1 4-year-old boy would get thrown into the classroom every morning, kicking and screaming by his mother, who would promptly run away as fast as she could from said kid, who remained screaming until he saw her drive off. One morning, she apologized to us for his soiled shirt because apparently he got mad at on the way over and spilled his routine coffee culotta over a coffee culotta, 4 years old. You know how much sugar and caffeine every day? Learned they apparently had to go to Dunkin's every morning and give him a whole ass coffee culotta before school. Holy shit. Oh my God. Wow. Yo, I hate to be that person, but child services should be involved too. Yeah, I'm a good guy. I love candy. I love coffee. I'll eat a gallon of ice cream because I'm a slob. Okay. However, if I had a kid, that kid would be eating better than I would. Kind of the way the cat eats better than we do. Okay. That kind of thing. Cats gets all sorts of super nice treats and stuff like that. I take the cat to the vet more than I go to the doctor. Okay. If I had a kid, that kid would be clean eaten until like they're old enough to vote. Okay. I'd be like, no, we're not getting the chicken nuggies. Okay. We're going to make real chicken nuggets. You know, you get to teach them how to cook and stuff like that. I know parents don't have the time for this shit, but you make time. If you're your kids, you know, that's the whole thing. If I had a kid, I would want that kid to have a better life than, you know, you did. You know, make sure that they don't end up being like, you know, overweight as a kid, because regardless of what society says about positive body image, not everybody thinks about your body image as being positive, especially in school. So whether they're going to admit it in class or online, they're going to, you know, bully you for it. And, you know, when you just want the kid to be healthy, I would not give the kid a fucking culotta. I wouldn't drink those things now as a fucking adult because I find them to be terrible. But holy crap. The cat is your ruler, though. Donut, but not coffee. I wouldn't even give the kid a donut. Like, I literally wouldn't, you know, and I hate to be that person. We grew up on like donuts and weird junk foods, you know. And that wasn't a good thing to do, you know, because it caused all sorts of problems. You know, it's like you were overweight, you know, people would poke fun at you, blah, 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 blah. You know, we grew up in an Italian family, and, you know, your grandfather came from a poor area of Italy, and if everybody was super thin because nobody had food. So he was one of those people where it's like, if you have food, you eat it. Kind of like when you're in the military. For anybody who's in the military, you know, they give you all those meals, and like, if you have a meal, they just say, keep eating. Like, just keep, because you don't know if your next meal is going to be there if some shit goes down. And that's how your grandfather was. So he'd be like, eat, 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 you know, that kind of thing. So, you know, it's like the military. You want to have that energy surplus for when shit goes sideways and you may not be able to get, you know, your MREs because somebody blew it up, you know? So it was that kind of mentality. And, you know, in retrospect, I get it, but it was definitely a mistake to just keep giving you food because you were there, you know? Hostess cupcakes and ho-hos. Yeah. Man, I took a different route than my parents when raising my daughter, but she sure as heck heard the word no come out of my mouth. Giving your children everything they ask for to keep them quiet is self-fulfilling prophecy of the worst order. My kiddo didn't even have a sip of soda until she was like 10 years old. And to this date, the only soda she likes is Sprite. No caffeine, no juice either. Just water or milk. All right, she turned out just fine. There you go.
The kid tweak from South Park drinks coffee and is okay.
Yeah.
A little twitchy but okay. To be fair, his parents own a coffee shop and they pay him with coffee for helping out.
Yeah, but it's also a cartoon. I would have loved to work at a coffee shop as a kid. Oh, man. Dude, that would have been fun. Thank you. My son gets upset with me at 10 years old because he can't watch YouTube indiscriminately. Doesn't get to drink energy drinks or Mountain Dew or unlimited iPad time. I've seen what it does to these kids in high school setting. It's not worth it to me. I just set strict boundaries, but none of his friends' parents do, and I just tell him, I am your parent, and I enforce my rules. There you go. I am the law. That kind of thing. You're so lucky. Good luck. Good work. People are not okay. They haven't been okay for a while now, dude. I did a job. What? I did a job shadow what do you mean? What's a job shadow? You were there but not there? Or I did a job, shadow in elementary library a few years ago. Okay, they had a class, K or first. I don't know. Come in for story time. Kids were talking about plot points of Squid Games. Yeah, that's not something you want your kid watching. Parents generally don't have a lot of problems with their kid watching violence, but if there's a boob involved, even though most of them have probably been breastfed, that seems to be an issue. You know? Oh, don't watch that. Those two people are hugging with no clothes on. Oh, but Squid Games, go ahead. Yeah. I don't know. Your parents were very just like, they watch television. If something was going on, they didn't make a big deal of it because it was just a natural thing. Yeah. Like it was just like, yeah, all right, there's some kind of love scene happening in a movie. Well, I don't know, but or God forbid you teach your kid about it. Like, okay, this is what happens. Birds and bees time. Job shadowing is where you shadow or follow the employees around to see what the job is like. Oh, okay. I thought they had to wear like a handkerchief around their face with a hat and actually try to hypnotize people. Shadow knows. That'd be funny. I would just show up with that costume. They're like, who are you? I'm here to shadow. Ugh. They'd be like, really? Really? Come on, dude. I'd be like, come on, man. You got to let me have fun with this, So is this what the job's going to be like? Nobody has a sense of humor? All right, I'll write that down. Oh, good. I'll say, we became the standards we raised. Okay, whatever. All right, so everybody's, getting wistful about rules and regulations here. Ah, damn it, I hate when I do that. A job shadowed a hedgehog. Yeah, you just put him in different positions where he's like a barista and stuff. Oh, yeah, I think we saw that. Do teachers appreciate the support staff? You better. What is the craziest reason a parent tried to get you fired? Oh, here we go. There we go. I don't wear collared shirts every day. That's it. That's the reason she called my principal to demand I be replaced. Apparently, if I really cared about students, I'd wear a button-up dress shirt with the collar every day. No pullover sweater. It's just, no, it's not good enough. Dude, really? Yo, that's somebody's got way too much right. Yo, are you really going to let this person work here? Well, why? What did he do? Did he do something wrong? Have you seen his wardrobe? There is not one collar to be seen. I don't even think this person knows how to button a shirt. I don't even think he owns one. I'm surprised his shoes aren't Velcro. Are you kidding? You allow this? Lady, get out. Come on. That's fucking unbelievable. He's not wearing a collared shirt. Get him. Wow. The industry is broke. Okay, we saw that. Ghost parents. When there is no grown-up in the home. We were called latchkey kids. Thank you. This is kind of long. How old are they? I've made CPS calls this year for 2 separate situations where my students were living without any grown-ups in the house. Define living. An increasing number of students have attempted to explain to me who they are currently living with, i.e., my mom left me and my aunt, me at my auntie's house, but then, so I was at my grandma's, but then, so me and 3 cousins are staying with my 19-year-old brother in a studio apartment. And it's like, wow. Forget emailing home or getting parental consent for anything. Good. And my school has dealt with this by having the legal guardian sign all possible forms during enrollment. Field trip? They already signed. They need to see a school therapist? They already signed. I don't know if it's legal, but I'm not asking because there's no way to track down a guardian unless the child is in foster care. What the hell's happening in this place? I tell you what, man didn't report a law there to CPS. This is long-winded and heavy. Yeah, that's a lot of shuffling going on. Can I just rant about how kids can't speak in full sentences? Oh, please do. Please do. Oh, God. Can't speak in full sentences. All right? Oh, God. This is going to be... I teach 39-year-olds? Wow, they got left back a lot. I know. I teach 39-year-olds, and I consider myself a fairly patient person. However, I am beginning to internally lose my shit whenever some of them start speaking. I'm sure a part of it is simply because there are so many of them that I don't have enough one-on-one time for all of them in a school day. Like, if someone is talking to me at my desk, there's 6 other kids standing there waiting to talk to me. Great. Good for their patience, I guess. Ha, 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 ha. But this makes me feel like I need to get the interactions over quickly so I can help the next kid. So many of them literally come over, wait to speak to me, and then literally go, oh, wait, do you know, what, oh, wait, what's this? Like, I'm tempted to ask them to formulate and practice their thoughts in their heads before speaking. All right, well, they're 9-year-olds? No. They got to be linguistically a little bit more advanced there. All right, come on, dude. I have another kid who every time he raises his hand and I call on him, he starts his answer with a big intake of air and so, as if it's about to tell a long story. Like, no, my guy, we're looking for 3 times 8. Wow. I mean, the kid might be nervous. All right. The kid kids are a little nervous around teachers. All right. I thought this would be more of a problem, but it's like, I could totally understand a kid going, well, wait, what time, I don't understand. Huh? Teachers just do read-alongs or something. There you go. Do a read-along. Show them that people write words sometimes the way they speak, I'll give this guy credit for, writing this out. That definitely sounded like somebody who's just stammering around as if they were 9 years old. Way to get into character. Nice. That's not really a rant about 9-year-olds. That's not a rant, my dude. You got to brush up on your George Carlin or something. Like, come on. Can I just rant about kids that can't speak? Like, you ever have a classroom of kids and none of these fucking morons can string together a complete sentence? No, fucking Billy back there is just like, hey, bleh, de, bleh. Yeah, you know what? Shut up. Get back to me when you can actually string together whatever needs or wants you may have. If you have a question, make sure it's an actual question. A full-on sentences that has proper punctuation and all that shit. If you want, I'll give you a piece of paper and you can write it down. Could you even do that? What did your last teacher teach you? Absolutely fucking nothing. Because you can't actually speak. Idiot. Sit down. Anyway. It was a full sentence, though. They just had a lot of filler words in it. I know. Can we get an editor for these 9-year-olds? All right, what you're going to want to do, you got a lot of ums and and You're going to want to trim that back a little bit. So just do a well, what time is it? See, it flows a lot better. You get rid of the 38 ums and dots. And, it's just, a lot of filler there. Are you trying to stifle my creativity? Oh, here we go. We got the artsy 9-year-old with the ums and ums. Let's see. Strict bans of mobile phones. Talked about that. AI is creating a generation of intellectual zombies. Nice.
Is the kid Little Billy or Timmy Turner?
I don't know. Who it is. What up?
You spreading joy?
No joy.
No joy.
We're talking about kids not being able to string together sentences.
I can't string together a sentence.
Yeah, I know, but you don't go, no, hold on. There's more. Yeah, that was like the sentence.
I had to get out of the habit of saying like.
Like?
Yeah.
I used to have a teacher that always complained about like. Like I would go to the store and like.
Sort of like.
Yeah, like is a good word.
It's meant as an interrupter.
Do you realize?
It's something you say while your brain is thinking.
Instead of saying That's the problem.
I say a lot too.
Because I used to have a teacher that's like, don't use and then everyone started using like.
Yeah.
So it was just like instead of saying, so I was going to it would be like, okay, so I was going to like the store, and then like this happened, and it'll be like, instead of
I'd rather have someone do that than the person
So,
I used to
Dawn
know.
was like, a valley girl?
yeah, you're a valley girl.
See, look, I said there was a person I knew at one of my jobs that instead of using or like have like some
Then that teacher isn't going to be a fan of Shaggy Rogers.
Probably not.
instead of doing that, she would just have long, awkward pauses, and I didn't know if it was my turn to speak, but she actually wasn't done. So her long, awkward pause of thinking made me think she was done talking, and so I'd go to say something, and then she'd suddenly start talking. So saying, kind of gives the person like, I'm thinking, I'm not done talking yet, so don't interrupt me still.
Yeah, I've had teachers that do that where like, all right, class, what we're going to do today is we're going to learn about, and you're like, oh, for fuck's sake, this is going to be the longest class ever.
Yeah, the slow
Yeah.
pause talk.
Yeah, it's the Bueller.
Yeah.
Bueller.
Yeah. So people use sometimes to signify I'm thinking, but I'm not done with my sentence.
Yeah, thoughts loading, you know?
Yes, exactly.
So.
Do you want me to get something?
Oh
started?
God, it's 10 o'clock.
Yes.
You didn't tell me it was 10 o'clock.
That's why I came in here. I was like, are you okay?
Yeah, but the education system isn't apparently, because teachers read it here. I'm going to go through AI is creating a generation of intellectual zombies, and we need to talk about the licensing it. Okay.
I'm going to make me not dogs.
Not dogs?
Because I don't want to wait for you.
But you already had fakin'. Look at this wine. They're eating not dogs and fakin'. Very healthy. Okay. I'll just have to say buffering. Yeah, right. That would actually be pretty funny. Like, okay, so what I was going to do, buffering, is I was going to go to the, try to get some Pokemon cards, buffering. But I was waiting for the Uber to show up, buffering. It would be cool if you could have that like little circle that goes around during conversations.
And
What?
People know I will be Aphelion on Friday.
Are you feeling it?
5 p.m. Haha, I already made that joke.
You made that joke?
Yeah.
You made the Aphelion joke?
Yeah, I said this games make me feeling a lot of
No.
emotions.
So you were feeling it. All right.
Yeah.
So
Friday 5 p.m. We're
Right.
gonna finish the game.
That's
We're
good.
At the end.
you're at the end of Aphelion?
This is the end. I'm
Is it?
feeling emotions.
Oh, good. I'm Aphelion sick. Yeah, so Dawn's going to be finishing up Aphelion 5 o'clock Friday. I don't know. Space game. I don't know. Dawn gets all the good head pats for doing good things for the health. Yeah, dude, fake meat actually decreases your risk of cancers because highly processed meat. Yeah, we try to get anytime. Go.
Dawn made the dad joke. Steve, are you pregnant?
Maybe. Pregnant with cookies. And I feel a little bloated. Yo, wow, that one's
I
loud.
had a dream that I was hanging out in a liquor store with my friends. There was a couch in the liquor store like the show Friends. It was kinda cool. We were eating chips and drinking soda, surrounded by colorful store refrigerators. What do you think this dream means? I'm so confused.
I would say have more snacks on hand. That's what the dream means. Especially if friends are over. I don't know. I'm not a psychoanalyst for dreams. Chips are good. I know. Stock up your fridge. All right. We got to talk about licensing it. Zombies. Intellectual zombies. Thank you and thank you. And thank you. We are witnessing the death of critical thinking in real time, and it's terrifying. AI is effectively lobotomizing the next generation of students. By turning students into intellectual zombies who are physically incapable of forming an original thought. I've noticed that. When you can generate a dissertation with a single prompt, you aren't learning. You are bypassing the very cognitive struggle that builds a functional brain. We are subsidizing laziness and calling it progress, but all we are really doing is creating a massive population of weak, dependent people who will be paralyzed the moment the Wi-Fi goes down. I like this person. This technology is too dangerous to be free for all. AI should be there is a monthly fee. AI should be strictly licensed and restricted to professional business use only. And, yeah, that's good. In a business environment, it serves as a tool for efficiency among experts who already know their craft. In school, it is poison that ensures nobody actually becomes an expert. If we don't stop the mass use of AI in education right now, we won't have any leaders or innovators left in 10 years. We will just have a society of middlemen who know how to copy and paste but don't know how to think. That's what the government wants. They're really they're already dumbing down the education system, making people feel like actually dumb idiots, but then actually thinking that's smart. So here's what you do. You usurp that egotistical thing there where people want to feel intelligent. Now you give them AI, and they think they're intelligent because they have access to AI, but you're increasingly making them more dumb, and they are easily able to be taken over. That's the AI plan. Part of me actually thinks that would be a brilliant idea. You put out AI, you make everybody feel like they're intelligent by removing their critical thinking because they have everything at their fingertips and somebody doing that thinking for them turns their brains to jelly, as this individual is surmised. And therefore, in the future, in about 10 years, you can just roll right over them. What do they got? However, the downside of that, without the ability to do critical thinking, they're going to be functioning on an emotional knee-jerk sort of reactionary level. And you are going to have a lot of violent, dumb motherfuckers out there in society. There you go. I'm no genius, but I do have a little bit of critical thinking. Despite what the government wants. All right, we got an ad in about a second. Ugh, God. Been there for a long time. Yeah. That and the math show your work. That's just writing a formula. Yeah. Smart thing would be to give them an AGI assistant that's their own. I know. I don't know if it's... I wonder if that would be a good thing to do, is give students individual AI assistants, like actual assistants, that teach them the way they learn. Like, hypothetically, if you have a very visual learner, which is what we are, imagine if we would have excelled like a motherfucker if we had a little robot that didn't give us all the answers. It doesn't give us all the answers, but it teaches us through visuals and how we want to learn. Because you can do a system prompt for anything. You could be like, all right, whatever, ChatGPT, you're this type of teacher. You're very visual. You explain things clearly. You do not give them the answer. They have to write it. You can make a whole lesson plan and literally replace some of the worst teachers that you have in your system. You know, if I was in charge of AI in a school system, that's what I would be doing. Making those specialized teachers for people who need specialized needs, you know? And again, you don't give them all the answers. You don't have the robot just be like, you know, oh yeah, this is your answer. That's your answer. Have it be like, yo, that's the wrong answer. And this is why you got that wrong. You know, re-explain it to them like they may not understand. Do it visually if you need to. It can generate an image. It may take a little bit of time, but that would be the best way to implement that thing. If you're not going to take it out of the schools, then implement it in a way that benefits the children who may be differently abled mentally. That would be the best thing to do. And it does not take a lot of time. If you can get a generalized system and then, you know, education system in, you know, a language model and tweak it, just the teaching habits of that model to each individual. So you know, everyone could literally have their own thing. It's like, all right, what name would they even want for their teacher? It would be like creating a character in a game, but that is going to be, you know, the individual, the professor, the teacher, the mage, you know, the holder of wisdom that's going to guide you through your, you know, school year. And I think that would be brilliant, you know. These that are like Tamagotchis. You have to take care of them, damn thing, but learns as you do. I hear yelling, so Dawn must be actually cooking. I hope she's not working with fire. The Muse. Yeah, dude, that would be helpful for artists too and stuff like that. You know, I would have loved to have a visual learning assistant, like virtual assistant, talking to me. You know, I probably would have understood math a lot better if it just gave me visual, you know, representations of all this numerical word jumble, you know, that I was supposed to, you know, give me a visual of the problem of the kid on the train traveling at 70 miles an hour. Don't just give me the word version of it. I need pictures, you know. Future will be robots walking around and such. People are just doomerisms right now. A lot of that on Reddit. Yeah, everybody is so down on AI, and I get it because it's a new emerging technology. There is a lot of doom and gloom anytime something new comes out, and it's just a matter of it being used properly. So, you know, I make the analogy of like, let me get back to normal screen. People getting a new toy. You know, everyone's going to fuck around with it. You know, they're going to make stupid videos, dumb memes. They're going to use it for nefarious purposes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then all that shakes out. It becomes a norm. You know, the novelty wears off. People are like, yeah, that's this. Yeah, that's that, whatever. It's like, okay, blah, blah, blah. And then we can start getting into the real usages of this. You know, medical, you know, assisted living robots, all that other stuff. You know, a lot of people, you know, as everybody gets older, and if you are older now, you know, when it comes time that you're old and maybe can't get around, you know, God forbid, you may actually be able to have a robot that's around you all the time. I mean, right now there's monitors. You could just press a button and just have, you know, an ambulance show up if you're not feeling well. That's brilliant. And I'm sure, you know, back when that first came out, people were like, I don't want to be monitored all the time. If I'm old and I got a bad heart, yo, monitor me all the time. Yo, that heart stops, you send somebody over, okay? Because if I'm living by myself, that's all I got, you know. And, you know, if we end up getting robots and stuff, if you have trouble getting upstairs or something, maybe it can literally carry you or something like that. That's some brilliant technology that if we get out there and in the hands of everyday people, that's going to be awesome. You know, but right now everyone's, you know, just making AI generated coffee cards and, you know, this weird garbage like that because it's fun. It's goofy crap. You know, but there will be a time where it's gonna level off, and hopefully it won't negatively impact psychological and educational development as much as people think it will. So I would say for people in the AI world, if you want to make some extra money on the side, have tailored teachers for everybody. Because you know what? Those kids that don't know English that we talked about in the Reddit, they can be taught that way.
As far as my past young self is concerned, he would love to have this AI cheat code for school, especially with homework.
Yeah, but I mean, it's there's that weird thing, like, but retrospectively, like if you had all the answers back then, you wouldn't take the time to learn, right? And as enticing as it is in retrospect, like when I look back and I'm just like, yeah, school sucked and I hated it, but I did learn things. And whatever structured curriculum they had at the time, it worked. I'm not an idiot, you know, and I don't know if that's genetics or just learning and observing. Like, I don't know. I don't know if that's learned or just observational skills or whatever. So I think it has its benefits. If I was just given the answers to everything, I wouldn't try. I wouldn't be able to cope with pressures and stuff. You know, got to fail this test, you know, got to show up on time, all those rigid things that people just don't even do anymore. You know, how many stories have you heard of people that show up at work 10, 20, 30 minutes late and they don't care? They're like, yeah, whatever. You know, and then they wonder why they have no job. It's because they keep getting fired because they never went to an institution that actually enforced whether you're late or not. There are literal schools that people walk in 30 minutes late and they're like, don't worry about it. And it's like, what? No, dude, it's an important part of life. Yeah, I have to show up on time. Yeah. Because you know what's going to happen? One day they're going to have to go get surgery and they're going to show up like 4 hours late. And then the doctor's going to be like, sorry, I had to operate on somebody else. We're going to reschedule you. And then they're going to be the ones angry. How could you reschedule me? I was scheduled for this. Yeah, but you showed up 4 hours late because you didn't give a shit. They can't show up on time. What the speed on the road to get there? Yeah, that too.
I saw a video explaining why a kid can play video games for hours but can't read a book for 5 minutes. He said it was instant consequence. A game immediately reacts to your actions while studying in class has a delay response.
Yeah, but that wouldn't happen with a robot. You know, you give them like AIs and stuff. So it's like, here's the lesson. And then if you can get that AI to generate a little sort of game, has to be like, all right, I know this is boring, right? But this is why this will now work, you know? And you can implement it in a game mechanic, you know, like when it comes to math, trajectory, velocity, physics. That's the cool thing about gaming too, is one, kids love them. Two, they encompass all sorts of shit that you wouldn't think, you know, and like kids could get interested in that. They love games anyway, and to learn like how those things work, why physics do what they do, you know, and different concepts of trajectory, you know, plateaus, ratios, perspectives, all that stuff, arts, music, you know, come on, it's all right there. And they love games to begin with. You know, if they like a particular game, then be like, look, they are obsessed with this game. Let's gear a couple of lessons towards that, you know? Then you can personalize these education systems. All right, what are you really into? Okay, and then you tell the AI, this is what they need to learn. Use these examples of the things they really like. Keeps their interest, right? And they will probably pay attention. Like, yo, they really like, I don't know, Roblox, what the hell ever. Like, dude, work that in there, you know? Whatever you got to do. Whatever you got to do to get them be smart. Yeah, get them be smart. You're talking about giving what AI and IT guy, what shocky monkey? Sure, whatever. If you got a shock consciousness into somebody at this point, I'm all for it. You can't keep having stupid people because the future doesn't get better if everyone's an idiot. Yeah. Government instructors, strict boundaries. Strict boundaries. I don't know. There would have to be a sense of discipline. Like, what would the robot do if the kid is acting up? That would be like one of those things where it's like, all right, you know, if you don't want to pay attention, I'm just going to shut this down for 10 minutes and the computer won't turn back on or whatever. And you're just going to have to sit and stare at a blank screen. I'll do it. That kind of thing. Yeah. Shocky monkey. Yeah. It's old school. Most other video games I played back in the 90s were learning games. Yeah, they had a lot of cool learning games back in the day. Yeah. But I didn't have any of those. If I was lucky, they would give me an educational comic book. And it was usually about Jesus. Let's see. Minor but memorable shock. Yeah, right. I still have those.
Did you hear that the FFA is actively recruiting gamers for air traffic controllers?
Oh, God. No, because I don't think that's a good idea, because I feel like if one of them's not going to take it seriously and they're going to be like, dude, watch this. Real, you know, that kind of thing. And they're just going to fuck around. If they're mature, I guess that would be okay. You know? I can imagine some disgruntled gamer bro would be like, dude, man, you know what? You're going to learn. There's no way you're landing that plane before me. All right. I want you to just speed up. It's 700 miles an hour. All right. You got to get there before this other guy. It's like a race, man. Your life depends on it. Put that gear down. You know, it's like, oh my God, dude. Yeah. I don't know how he did it, man, but he got a plane going in at 300 miles an hour, land safely. I mean, the landing gear was fucked, but nobody died. Future farmers of America? No. Surprisingly, yes, the country still has farmers. God, we got to work on getting more of those. What? Who wants to be reliant on foreign food? Huh? Come on. Save the farmers. No farms, no food, man. Come on. It's not just a bumper sticker. AI tutors of sorts. I know, man. I wish I was... Who would I, like, should I just contact ChatGPT or some crap like that, Perplexity or Claude or Grok, and be like, look, we can change the face of education with this technology. Like, because to not do that, because just as an example, because we're working on a card game, and for those who've been here, you already heard this, but for those who haven't, we're working on a Foamy card game, and we basically told the AI to take on the role of a, card game mechanic expert, and I made it a big flowery and gave it all these details, look for flaws in logic and consistencies, any issues for game mechanics, blah, blah, blah. We uploaded our rule set. We had it go through there. It was super concise, very professional. It didn't have that emotional, well, I think you should do this, you should do that, because I made it to be as brusque as possible or very harsh as possible. And it was just like, no, do this, do this, do this. Change your terminology here, 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 and here, because the inconsistency and it might confuse players. And, I'm not sitting there getting offended by it. I want the corrections. So I'm just like, all right, cool. Take notes, blah, 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 blah. It can be done. Any one of these things could actually be a teacher, I don't want some remedial BS program that they just churn out for people when you have that individualized power available to people, It doesn't make any sense. You could have a disciplinary teacher. You could have the calmest teacher on the planet. It all depends on the kid. Kids acting up, you got to have one that's a little bit harsher. Kids super chill, but a little introvert. There, you make a robot assistant that pulls them out of their shell a little bit. Something that makes them socialize. Every once in a while, be like, you know what? Just ask another kid to borrow a pencil for a minute. And they were like, wait, what? No, go ahead. Go get a pencil. And just, little communication, stuff like that. Whatever. I know. You can use ChatGPT to break you out of your little shell a little bit at a time, We're very antisocial, but we've learned organically how to cope with interactions on a daily basis. I don't like doing it, but I'll do it. I'll survive. But it would have been cool as a kid to have that, so you weren't so like, awkward and weird and whatever, and, give you little tips on like, well, if they don't like you, do this. And if this is happening, blah, 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 that kind of stuff. But I don't know, man, it could solve a lot of problems. And that's the optimistic perspective I have on it. But I'm also not naive. I had an optimistic perspective on the internet that it would be this great place where all these minds of the world would meet and all the world's problems would be solved. 25% of that is right. The other 75% is a bunch of assholes with memes. So, but I wasn't completely wrong. Right now it's not to use full models or restricted with too much actually to learn and such. Yeah, it would have to be an unrestricted model that tells the truth. I don't want any indoctrination on either side. I just want kids to have a logical, factual upbringing of how the world and history works. Not like this group of people, is for this group of people and this group of people. Stop doing that. We should be beyond all that. We're going to move together as a species. We got to learn to find some kind of common ground and work cohesively to, if we can't make the whole planet better, at least the country you're living in, work on making that better. Also stop walking on eggshells for certain things that are eroding your society because, you don't want to offend anybody. I have issues with voice chat with nerves, but I also have a vocal disability, so shrugs. Well, it kind of depends. Yeah. It's easier to talk to humans when not face-to-face. I am very bad at talking face-to-face. I have about like a 7-minute tolerance level where then I'm just like, oh yeah, I've got my sensories get a little overloaded and I'm just like, yeah. But clearly I can talk for 5 hours and 31 minutes about utter nonsense and actually have a cohesive conversation with people. So, it is what it is. Now, if I could translate this into real life, my God, then maybe it's self-promote. But let's wrap it up because that's been 5.5 hours. So everybody hanging out and dealing with the initial tech issues. Thank you. I think we're going to raid Mr. Lobo. Who else is on? Let's see. Just got to make sure. All my usual people ain't be on. Oh, dude, they drew Mario today. I missed it. Stop it. Okay, can I said, wait a second. Ah. You'll be all right. Thank you. No, I tried to do a thing and it literally crashed. Typical. All right. So, Dawn will be on Friday, 5 p.m. They're going to be finishing up Ophelia up, whatever. What is it called? Aphelion? Helium. Aphelion. I don't know. Some dude in space on an island or whatever. I don't know what the hell's going on. All I saw was some snow in space. I know. There you go. Streams. There you go. Thank you. I don't know. That's it. All right, tomorrow's Thursday. Do something fun. You got Thursday and Friday. Do something fun this week. All right, get yourself a cookie. Yeah. I'm probably gonna eat the overnight oats that have been like overnight for a couple of nights. So it's got strawberry in it. It's like a meal and a dessert. Philion. All right. It feels like a very Hank Hill thing to say. What are you doing, Bobby? Are you playing that Aphelion? Yeah, Dad, I played Aphelion. Oh, God. All right, well, we're going to wrap up. Everybody, thanks for being here, supporting, doing the things. And again, thank you. And I apologize for the initial technical issues that apparently I'm very almost positive that it was bingo. Oh, God. Just as long as he's not trying to look up a transparent PNG on the internet. God, that pisses me off so much. Hey, I need a transparent PNG. And they all have the checkered background in it when you go to download them. And they're all the checkered backgrounds. They're not actually transparent. They lie to you. God. It's a web, the WEP, what the fuck ever. God. That is such a, whatever. Let me get out of here. I've done enough ranting for today. Do something fun. Do. Go. That's it. We're good. All right. Thank you. Do something fun. Also, I think that's it. I don't know. I was going to say do something fun and then something about optimism. I don't know. I'm not feeling it, but goodness. I don't know. Check out AI, see what it can do for you. Later.